Anybody? Is there any hand raised? Okay. Angel Chima, I can see you are muted. You want to share with us what your takeout from yesterday's session was? What did you learn in yesterday's class? Okay, Angel is not speaking with us. No volunteers. Wow. Okay. Let me call on one person. Samama, you want to share with us what your takeout from yesterday was? Samama, are you with us? Okay. Class is quite quiet. Nobody wants to speak. Oh, we didn't learn anything yesterday.
I think somebody was saying she cannot unmute.
Oh, okay. Probably from your end. You have permission to unmute. All participants have the permission to unmute. Okay, I can see some chats. All right. Oh, okay. Tamama cannot unmute where she is. How can I unmute? Okay, so if you check the bottom of your page, the Zoom platform, you'll see the option of the audio, the video. For the audio, you just click on it to unmute, and then you'll be able to unmute and speak with us. Okay, while Tamama is trying to unmute, can we hear from Evo Barnabas? What stood out for you from yesterday's session? If I don't hear from people, we won't go on to today's class. We must know what we learned yesterday. Or if we didn't learn anything, let's just end the class so that we know that we're not making any progress. Okay, everybody's quiet. Olumide, Oluyemi, you want to share with us? Like I said, if you don't want to speak, you can also drop it in the chat box. What stood out for you? So, thank you, Olumide. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, actually we expected that what we learned yesterday, you are going to send it to our mail so that we can use it to refresh our memory. As we are doing the training yesterday, we are still doing our normal work here. So there are a lot of distractions. So we expected those things we learned yesterday to be sent to us so that we can, use it to refresh, even before the class today. But I couldn't get anything.
Well, we sent
So,
some materials to the HR this morning. I'm sure they will have sent that to your mail, but the
yes,
recording will
I
be
got,
sent
we
end of the
got those materials. I'm talking
yeah,
about what we learned yesterday because you said they are being recorded. So I expected that.
the recording will be sent at the end of the class. At the end of the
Okay.
it's not individual days. But even while you're in class, you must have picked one or two things. Refresher is just to make you understand it better. But are you saying you do not remember anything from the 6, 7 hours we spent yesterday without the recordings? There
Uh,
must be
not
something
really, not
else for you.
really, not really. But I cannot just bring it out now because, to be sincere, my head is full. But
Okay.
I know I've learned. It's a
Okay.
practical thing. So if I come across all those things, I will be able to do it myself. So that's what I'm trying to say because we need something that will make us to refresh our memory. I mean, it's very
Definitely
important.
share that with you. We'll definitely
Okay.
share that. Yeah, at the end of
Thank,
the class. Yes, to be shared.
okay. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
I can see Banigo, you Upel. Yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, like I did say, at the onset, I Excel is something that fundamental. I have just found basic, primary. Put number, data, put columns, delete, merge. Those are the basic things I use. Because by my kind of work I do, actually, I don't go into too much details about calculations and all that. But yesterday was interesting. I must admit, I must accept that. Beginning from the various Excel generations, so to speak. From 2003 down, I did not know those things. But we advised that, look, from 2019 was considered good. And then by 2000 and by Office 365 is perhaps perfect. And I can tell you that I just checked. I was following with Professor Abraham, and then I just checked and discovered that actually I have that app. And I said, wow, I didn't even know. So from that moment, actually, my interest developed. And then we look at it gave us the overview of Excel page, so to speak. I'm sure I'm not using the right one. Where the various icons, command were located, and how to use them, beginning from home, file, and all that. That was quite easy for me, because it's almost common with Word, or you can see the similarity. So that was quite interesting. But for me, the real work started with the formulas he created, where you have to have addition, subtraction, division, raised to power this. That way actually I learned that, and I was also taking my notes, and actually sometimes I pressed and the answers come. I was like a child. I was so impressed with that. Okay, so that was it. And of course I intervened by asking that you should put the questions before and then the solution, and then we worked it out. So from that, then we went to the connect. All those details were, these answers were coming, pie chart, bar chart, we see these things, and then this Dropbox, and then for me, we thought we had actually strange, complex things, but the prof was able to make it simple and tolerant for me to tolerate and understand. So those are things I learned, but I think I'm here again to do the learn. But I think the most important thing is not just to learn, but to continue to use it again and again. Even if you don't have the need to use it, give yourself problems or go to some Excel, then you work on it, play with it, play around it. So I think I understand, I appreciate the fact that Excel, in opinion, is perhaps the best tool to use, far better than even a Word and a PowerPoint, because of the diverse and variegated dynamics, trajectory you can employ, to get. You can virtually use Excel for everything, arithmetic, even Word, you can, all those, that's what I try to see. The ability to create something, make something, match figures, arrive at quickly, no numbers, how many bananas are there, and you put it, it's marvelous, it's easy. However, I will advise Prof that, look, sometimes some of these names and terms we are using, we can adapt them to our local environment. Instead of banana, carrot, and all that, we can use local food, okpai, gari, and then we can also use the countries, like instead of America, you can say, look, Yenagoa, Aba, Ekiti, Borno. It brings home. It will trigger an interest, so to speak. So that is what I would say. I am here again to continue the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful recap and contribution. Yes, thank you. I'm glad that we took a lot out of yesterday's session, and I'm sure Mr. Abraham has that feedback on using things that you can relate with. Yeah, some of the things you used are just things that everybody could relate with, but yeah, bring it back to the Nigerian content. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I could see somebody on mute who wanted to share with us.
Yeah.
Okay, Promise, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Promise KJ Blessing. Sorry, I was trying to signify by raising of hand, but I don't know why it kept resisting me. So I am starting from where the last speaker just stopped. We started from the scratch, like he said, but I will not go all the way back. Let me just start from where we have where is it called? The file tab.
Okay.
The file tab on the Excel, where you have to first tab. He explained that file tab means going back to when you open it backward. You have a home page which takes you to group tabs wherever you want to give your command. He also talked about quick access toolbar, which gives access to frequently used commands. Yes, I think something like that. Then he also talked about formulas. He told us that formulas is an arithmetic expression which excludes, can't really remember, but I know it mentioned something like that. It means arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operators such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, raised to powers, which he gave us the acronyms shift +6, percentage, which he said shift +5. He also talked about Excel functions. He said those are Excel functions such as sum, count, average, mass, mean, count if, sum if, and large. He said sum has all values in a range. Counts all values in a range. Average returns the average of values in a range. Mass returns the highlight value in a range. While mean returns the highest value in a range.
The lowest value.
The lowest value rather in a range. And counts all text and numbers in a range.
Okay.
That's all I can remember.
I think you have remembered a lot, so thank you.
Then we have where he taught us what is it called?
Referencing
uppercase and lowercase.
Okay.
Where you can change your small letters lowercase to uppercase. If you want to do all in caps, you use there's a formula which he gave, which he even used one of our colleagues' name as an example. And then he told us that if you cannot go all the way with that formula, you can use a concatenating formula, which is you put whatever you want and put that sign that looks like and when you want to do Mr. and Mrs. I don't know what they call it. Use it to concatenate and arrive to whatever you're doing. Then he also taught us how to add a leading zero, like in a number like a GSM number. He talked about that. He taught us, he said you can concatenate. Instead to concatenate, you can do it with adding the zero and put that sign. I don't know what they call it, like addressing Mr. and Mrs. Put the rest of the numbers. Then you now enter. It will give you the complete number. He also talked about and when he started using the set of data in the pivot table, he talked about filter. He talked about sorting. Filter means when you filter to get the desired text or figures or product at once by, filtering in order, in arrangement, sequentially, how you want it, you will get it either by using figures or using letters in any way you want to, depending on the nature of the data. Then he now says certain helps to organize your data in a certain order too, either by ascending, which is A to Z, 0 to 1, or descending, Z to A, or 1 to 0.
All right.
Can't remember, that's all I can remember.
Thank you. Thank you. You've done absolutely wonderfully well. Thank you. Thank you.
Can't
Thank you.
remember all again.
Yes, I appreciate that. You've covered almost everything that we talked about. Yes. Okay. So there's a comment in the chat box from Tamama. Yeah, she said she learned some new functions like the count if, sum if, concatenate, and so many others. Thank you. Thank you. And then we learned arithmetic operators, comparison operators, working with functions. Yes. Thank you, Tamama, for that. And yes, okay, so the facilitator is also telling us the and sign is called ampersand sign symbol. So we're all familiar with that. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the recap. I'm glad that we took out some things out of yesterday's session. And like Olumide said, some of us still have to go back to the recording to familiarize ourselves with it. Like we said, the class doesn't just end, the learning doesn't end in class. The more you practice, the better you get at it. If you learn it and just dump it, you might forget some of those functions. But the more you use it, the better you'll get to understand it and be very efficient with it. Okay, so thank you all for those contributions. So I won't waste much of our time. I would hand over to the facilitator. I know he has a lot planned for us for today. Mr. Abraham is here to give us more. We stopped with the mixed referencing, absolute referencing. I know we mentioned that we're going to do a recap. We're going to go back to that a bit before going into what we have planned for today. So over to you, Mr. Abraham. Thank you. Enjoy the class.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you had a great night. It's another day, another beautiful day, another promising day. And I believe today is also going to give us we are going to add something to our lives that will make us better. One of the things I say with my family every time we have our morning devotion is every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better, getting stronger and stronger, healthier and healthier, richer and richer. So once we say this to ourselves, and it works for us, because I believe that every day should be a plus. And so today is another plus for you, and I believe something will be added. So yesterday, we had a nice time, and one of the things I say is it is not very easy for very busy people, and especially people who are now in some level of advanced age, to remember everything. I mean, one of the things that we struggle with when we start getting to a certain age in life is to be able to bring, and so that's why writing is very important. I mean, but whenever you are learning, try as much as possible to write something down, just the way you can remember. Okay, write it using your own language. Okay, because when you are in class, your memory is at 100%. As one person asks you one question or something happens, it drops to 75. When you leave the class, it drops to 50. When you get back home and all the palaver of house, it drops to 20, 15. You get back the following day, you are struggling with 10%. So, but what will refresh your memory is what you have stored. And that's how the computer system is designed. That when you type anything in the system, it stays in the memory, but that memory is not a permanent memory. until you save that work. So it stays in the RAM, and then the random access memory holds that data for you while you are seeing it. If there's any power outage or you lose any power source, then the data is gone. So, but when you save it, you have this. So that's how the human this thing is designed. You save your information by writing it down, you know, putting, and then even your worksheet. Put some notes in your worksheet, in your exercise file, the one you are using in the class, just like the way I'm doing. It helps me to remember. Okay, so that will help because you are busy people, you have a lot going around you, and it's not easy. Even with the recording, you still have to struggle to make out time to still listen to the recording. So, but whatever you put down stays with you. Okay, stays with you, and it will go a long way. So yesterday we went through the work environment. We're able to see and appreciate the Microsoft Excel application. We understood that we have the ribbon, and then on the ribbon we have all our commands arranged under tabs, and we say we have the file tab. And just like my sister said there, we have what the backstage, the file tab, takes you to an environment called the backstage. So where you can do some other things like new, and of course you can create new file from templates. You can choose templates if you are struggling with idea of how to start whatever kind of spreadsheets you have, maybe a project planner, for instance. You can choose a template, or you can, if you are connected to online, you can type the kind of templates you are looking for. You can even say generate receipt for me. And then you can use that receipt. Maybe that's what you want. And then it will give you all suggestions. So for instance, I have a sales receipt. And then I can use this. And since many things have gone virtual, I mean, digital, you discover that we are in a change situation, a change world. You can put your logo, put your company name, and then put the receipt, issue it out, send it, convert this to PDF. So, yes, you can save it as PDF. You can save Excel file as you go to save as. Going back to the backstage also, you go to save as, and then when you choose your location, there is an option. I hope I'm sharing my screen. Oh no.
No,
No,
I
you're
can't
not.
see anything.
Yeah. Look at me. Okay. I just noticed because I have a feedback monitor also, so I just noticed that. So if me, I can't see myself, nobody else will see me now. All right, so this is good. Okay, so I think it's now, my screen is now, it's now showing. At least it's showing from my feedback. So can you see my screen, the screen I'm sharing?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. All right, so I was talking about the backstage. So I said when you go to the file tab, I mean, it takes you to an environment called backstage. So in this backstage, you have options to create new file. And of course, if you select new, you can also create new from templates. So, and I also said, I was saying that you can even create a template. So let's say it's receipt you want to generate. That if you are connected to the internet, you can also generate template from online. You can just type the name of the kind of template you are looking for in this box. By the time you hit the enter key, it will give you different suggestions. The first one here is invoice. This one is sales receipt. So so you have quite a lot. I mean, so I can, let's say I click this simple invoice and I say create. So they call these tools business tools because before now, I remember many years ago, if somebody wants to give you a job and they say you should produce a receipt, you will go to a printer. The printer will now do some certain things. They will print some papers. They'll put them, they will do it. They'll put line. I don't know how it's not a computer kind of generated stuff. Because at that time it wasn't computer, it wasn't much. So they will just do it, put line, put number, stamp it, do some direct printing, image transfer, and all those hitting and just do some papers, put duplicate. At least you must have one before. I mean, you must have one booklet at least before you're able to issue receipt to anybody. And so it was a tough one. But now, things have changed. You can now generate all kind of support you have for yourself, even for your office. I know your office has a standard. So, but going forward, you have a lot of tools. I know your organization has a standard, but going forward, you have a lot of tools that can support and make work easy. So that's just what we're trying to do, just to show us that. So that's backstage, save as, print, and so on. And then we said something about the quick access. So, and I said everything you want to add that you want to have access to, frequent usage. So anything you want to use frequently, like new, open, save. So instead of looking for open, looking for save, you can quickly use it from the quick access toolbar. And then we went into formulas. We discussed about the formula. What's a formula? It's an arithmetic expression. It's a way of creating an for calculation. And what do you use for that calculation? You use operators. And so we say, what kind of operators? Then we expanded it by saying you use arithmetic operators. So we brought out all the, and I also remembered I shared this file on the chat session so that your IT or somebody can pick it and send it by mail or something to every other person in the office. So this will have also given you the opportunity to recap and then have something to fall back to. So we also talked about comparison operators. We went into functions, and I remember we discussed quite a number of functions, and sum, count, average, count if, sum if. So this one is also like max. So it gives you the largest value in a range. So we looked at text formatting. I mean, that if you are trying to type numbers with leading zeros, that if you have not typed them before, that you can decide to format the cells into text before typing, and the zeros will stay. So, and how did we do that? We highlighted and then went to the number formatting section under the home tab, and then we chose text. We chose text. So the areas that were selected as we converted to text format, and that's what it means. Okay. We also did some text functions: upper, lower, proper, concatenate, and then and so on. So filtering, we're able to filter data using certain criteria. So we went to data tab. So what I'm doing is just to make some of us to quickly update our notes. Probably you need some certain words or something, you just quickly write it there, and then that will be an update for you. So we saw the filter from the data tab and under sort and filter. So when you click it, it will activate the drop-down buttons at the top of the header, where you can now do your filter tag. Then we look at sorting. So you can sort in ascending or descending order. And if you are dealing with numbers, ascending will start from the lowest to the highest number, and descending start from the highest to the lowest. And I remember we took it further by looking at sorting using adding levels. So we also did find and replace text, removing duplicates. So I said you either think of removing duplicates from a transaction or a row or from some text. And I knew we applied that to our tags yesterday. And then we did our text to column. These texts were in a single column. And then by the time we went to data tab and applied text to column using our delimiter, we were able to split them into 2 columns. All right, so we also looked at county, sum if, and so one of the things about Excel is by the time when you pick up a particular worksheet and you look at a function and the way the function is looking long, the first thing that comes to your mind is, I don't think I will ever be able to understand this in my life. But you see, breaking it down will now make you to know that there's nothing there. So there's nothing. That is just as simple as it is. And breaking it down is what gives you the understanding. So breaking sum if down, we understood that the function requires 3 parameters from you, requires 3 parameters, and that is the range, the criteria, and the sum range. And so that the range is where your criteria is in your master sheet or your original data. So our criteria is United States. So where do we find United States? We find it under the column F. Okay, and that is why we have this. And then another thing I wanted to do yesterday that I forgot is, now some of these things are quite simple. If you are dealing with, if you have a worksheet that does not have another kind of data below it. So let me quickly show you something from this sum if. Yesterday we were doing absolute reference and all those stuff. But yes, I can do it in another way, provided I don't have any other kind of data below this. So that's why I usually advise people, make each of your transactions or your data, make it unique to a particular worksheet. Don't combine too many. Okay, so if you're going to have another information, why not you put it in another worksheet so that this particular one will be free, and then you can easily do whatever you want to do with it. So now, so let me show you something that is quite simple, like what we did yesterday. So if I want to do sum if of this based on country, if I put equal sign, sum if, now my range is my criteria range. Now, instead of highlighting that range, I can come to this F, the header, just the header, and click it. So once I click on that column header, the header where you have A, B, C, D, so it is the F you click on. It will give you F column F. Now, if I select now this, that's the criteria, then for the sum range, all I just need to do is go to D and click on D. Then it will be D column D. Now, with this method, you don't need absolute reference. With this method, you don't need absolute reference. and you get the same result, and then nothing is going to shift. Reason, you have captured the whole of column F. And the advantage of this is that if they come tomorrow and they add new information to this worksheet, it's going to automatically update this. This is going to be updated automatically. So what it means is that you will not have to begin to expand the range again. So, but the disadvantage is if you have any other kind of information below, then this is going to be affected. You're not going to get the right answer. So, so that's just the way, that's just it. But if you are dealing with just a single set of data on a worksheet, and of course you want to do, just click on the column header, and there it goes. Even with VLOOKUP, it's the same thing. I mean, there you go, and it makes you to escape some of the serious error messages that you receive, especially in VLOOKUP. So that's just one of the things I want to show you there. So just F column F and so on. So it picks the entire range. It picks the entire range of data. All right. We looked at COUNTIF, and you can also do that with COUNTIF also. So instead of the absolute reference, why not? You can use B column B. Just click on the B. Just click on B, the header, and then that will be B column B, and that will be fine. That will help you to capture your entire range. Okay. So cell reference, we started by looking at relative, and then we looked at absolute, where you lock to a particular cell is what we mean by absolute. And we said we're going to pick it up from here today. So we have three types of references. We have relative reference, but before I talk about that, let me talk about, we have three types of modes. Let me first of all bring it from the more deeper level. Three modes of operations in Excel. So that you understand how we arrived at what do we call it? How we arrived at reference. So we have three modes of operation in Excel. We have what we call the direct mode. Now, this direct mode is a situation where you come straight to the Excel and you type your number equals 100 plus 20. If you press enter, it gives you 120. That is direct. So this is a very useful mode, especially when you're trying to cross-check. I do this a lot, even in my project work. In my project work, I do it a lot. Imagine I maybe I'm doing a project and I say, just look at it, and I said 25 bags of cement, for instance. So I want to get what it will cost. So maybe they said the bag of cement is maybe 7.5 or something. I will say, okay, 7,500 multiplied by 25. So that will give me the figure that I want right away. So that's the direct mode. So, and I come and say, let me say another thing that is quantified. Maybe 10 drums of paint. Then they say, okay, so what's the amount? They say, that one is so. I don't have the correct figure. It may be 10,000. So it costs 10,000 times 10. Then I get my figure. So now, this is a direct mode. So what am I doing? I am able to get my figures directly while I'm handling a project. So you can use this easily on a site work while you are storing an information. At the same time, you are getting your figures. So it's a direct mode. Okay, so that is direct mode. Now, there's another one the second one is called reference mode. In Lotus 1, 2, 3, those days, we used to call it indirect mode. But it doesn't really make much sense to an Excel environment now. So we call it reference mode. So it is this reference mode that gives you relative, absolute, and mixed. So reference simply means that instead of performing my calculation directly, I say 120 plus 100. That instead of performing this calculation directly, I should store the values in cells. I should store the values in my cells. Then, with the use of arithmetic expression, I will reference. So that's what they call it, reference. I will reference the cell. So by the time I reference the cell A11 plus this B11, I get 220. Now, the advantage is that because I can reference, I can reuse these values. I can update this value, but I cannot, this one, for me to use it, I have to go into the formula again and edit. So, but this, I can just say, okay, it's no longer 100 this time, it's now 150. When I press enter, this will change to 270. This one is now 220. This will change. And so that's because I have reference, so I can always use that. And so that's the method that we find ourselves using almost every time within our Excel environment. What we are doing is that we are referencing. We are referencing. Okay, so that's reference mode. So to take the reference mode deeper, you now talk about the relative, the absolute, and the mix. The third one is name mode. And this name mode is where you get to name yourself and use the name in calculation. You name yourself and you use the name in your calculation. You name yourself and you use the name in your calculation. So, and how does that work? So I have values stored in two cells. This is cell E6. And how do you know your cell address? It's not by going to the top and going like this and drawing across. This one I will allow. So you want to know, okay, E, and then you go down 6. And by the time the further you go, the more confusing it becomes. So what you do is you come to the top left corner. You will see a box here that is called name box. So it is at that point you know which cell address you are. So if I click this and I come here, it will show me E7. If I click this and I come here to show me B5. If I click this and I come here to show me C4. So that C4 is the reference, and that's the original name. So I can rename it by saying, I can now come to that E6 just at that corner. That is, I'll click on the number. Okay, I'll click on the number. Then I will go to the left corner. click on that where I have E6, and I will now type Lagos and press enter. And press enter. Then I'll go to the second number. Go to where that name box is on the left, click on it where it's showing E7. Then I can now type Abuja and press enter. So if I come here now, I can say equal sign Lagos plus Abuja. Press enter. It gives me 320. I can go to another worksheet. I can go to another worksheet somewhere else, different from within the same workbook, okay? Within the same workbook. And I can see, say, equal sign Lagos plus Abuja, and it will still add those values, even though I'm not in that worksheet. It will still go and add them because these names are, the names are global. They are available within the workbook, okay? Available within the workbook, okay? Available within the workbook. So it's not limited to this sheet. So I can use them. So that is the name mode, okay? So my focus is now more on the reference because this is what we use almost every time. But you see, this name mode is also an advanced way of making your work easy. It's quite simple, but it's most of the templates that they build online, they use the naming method, okay? The naming conventions to approach it. So instead of referencing the name cells, and of course, Excel has a name manager under the formulas tab, where you can easily manage all the names you have created, edit it, extend it, rename it, change the name, and all those things. So you have it under the formulas tab. Name manager. It's called name manager. So every name you create in the worksheet has a way of managing it. So it's not as if you just create a name and you don't know where it is. And if I come to the name box here, I will see all the names that I've created. If I click on Lagos, it goes to Lagos. If I click on Abuja, the cell goes to where the value is. And all the county and sum if that we did can also be named for easy calculation. Can also be named. So if you don't want to do F to F like what I did, you can also name. Why not? You can name your range. You can name all these ones. You can select everything. You can name it as country. Select all this one, name it as product. So at the time when you are now trying to reference the cell, instead of saying column F2, you just type country here. And instead of saying D2 to D2 and for you, just type amount here because you have named your range as amount. So that is one of the advantages of using names. It makes your work quite easier and interesting. So let's talk about the relative, the absolute, and the mix. The relative, absolute, and the mix. So now, I will still use this sheet. So I will just do this. So Mr. I want to remember now, my brother that's Mr. Banigu, I suppose, said I should use this. So I will say Amala. We bought it but per plate is 1, 2. Quantity, 3 plates. So I need somebody to help me spell Apu because I don't know how to spell it. Apu. Apu, oh yeah, Kenneth, you want to help me?
AKP.
PU. Wow. So a plate of apple, 1 4, because that one I ain't everybody they like everywhere. 4 plates.
Abeg, come help me. Abeg.
So amount,
Abeg.
quantity.
Okay.
So 2, 1, 3, and then 3 plates. So now we want to calculate the total. So I say equal sign 1, 2 multiplied by the quantity, which is 3. That's referencing. So now this is relative because this B times C3 is side by side. So relatively, we are calculating them. So by the time I copy this formula down, I am dealing with all of them relatively because they look alike. They are positioned under the same column, but different rows. So I drag down. So this is relative, B14, C14. Now, B15, C15. So even though it is this one that I did, but because each of them they stand side by side, they can be treated relatively. So that is relative reference. But in a situation whereby they are now trying to give calculate VAT, and they said the VAT is 7.5. Now, this value is not standing side by side with any of these values. And by the time I say equal sign, 7%, 7.5 multiplied by 3,006, that I get 270. But can I treat this relatively? Can I say I drag down the formula? Now I'm having some errors because this value is not standing side by side. It's standing on its own. So it can be treated as absolute. It's standing on its own. So it can be treated as absolute. But these guys, the formula is meant to calculate side by side and copy down. This can be treated relatively as relative reference. They are relative. So even if they are not standing side by side, the fact that whatever you are doing is based on this times this times this plus this. For instance, look at what I'm trying to say. If all the quantities are down here and the amount is above here, so it's no longer side by side, but the calculation remains. Reason, this times this is still somehow treated as relatively. So if this is multiplied by this relatively, then relatively this should be by this should be by this, and going forward, this one should be treated by that, like that. So that is relative. Okay? No, sorry, that's not what I'm trying to do. So relatively, these ones too, if I extend, they'll be treated as such. So what it means is that if I add another value here, and I had another one here, then this pops up as an answer because it's treated relatively. So it's not about whether they are side by side. It's more of the calculations shows a relative position. Okay, so the positioning is relative, but this particular one, the position is not relative. It's not, this stands on its own. And dragging it down, dragging the result down, means that if I'm treating it relatively, then this one shifts to VAT. That is why you have 5,600 multiplied by VAT. And that's not Excel. That's Excel. That one will give Excel edit. And then this one now says 3,900 multiplied by 270. Why? Because it's treating it relatively. It's shifting it. It's looking at it. It says, okay, if you use this to multiply this, then definitely you use this to multiply this. Definitely you use this to multiply this. And then this will multiply this. And then this will multiply that. So that is relative. That's relative reference. So, but if you are dealing with an absolute value, which means the value stays in one place, is not moving, then your calculation should be different. So you should do this. You should click the value you want to multiply. You multiply by 7%, but that 7%, you will now put $E $11. So what does that mean? You are locking that E11 down. You are saying this, by the time I'm doing my calculation, if I'm copying my formula downward, it should not change. It should always be constant. That E11 should remain. That is absolute reference. That E11 should remain. That is absolute reference. Now, but absolute reference is not limited to a single value. And so that was why we used it when we were doing counting and some even counting. A range can be treated as absolute, provided you are referring to that same range for all values in the formula. That means by the time I copy this from here to here and here and here and here and here and here, they are all referring to the same range. So that range should be treated as absolute. So that is why you have $F, $2, $F, $214 for the range. But H9 is not treated as absolute because it's relative. As you drag down, each of the results will be looking at the same, different, we'll be looking at different criteria as you move, different criteria as you move, different criteria as you move. That is why the criteria is treated as relative. Then the range, some range is also absolute. So from D2 to D214 is treated as absolute value. Okay. Now, I have another file. So I sent a file to you, which I want to use to explain mixed reference. So you can open that file named mixed reference. Mixed reference. The file named mixed reference. Mixed reference. Okay. Nice, man. Okay. So just a minute. I'm trying to pick up mine again. Mixed. So the file has also been shared. Is now also in the chat session. I guess, yes. is also in the chat section. So you can use it from there. Okay. So you can download yours if you didn't get the email. Okay, so I guess I'm sharing a different, so I will, let me share. Let me, okay. Are we on the same page? Can give me a yes in the chat room. The chat room is a bit quiet today. Are we on the same page? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Good, good, good. Yes, yes, yes. Wow, wow. We have more responses today. No, so we have a no. So Choma, well, we urge you to download the file and so that we can be on the same page. So let's the file is there, just download it. It's also in this same chat session. Just download and then we'll be on the same page. Okay. Okay, somebody's asking a question. Secular reference is a different idea. Secular reference is not, secular reference is a situation. Let me put it like that. It's not an approach to doing something. Rather, it's a situation. Okay? So it's not approach. It's not an approach. So a secular reference. So somebody is asking a question in the chat session. He said, I want to ask a question. How about secular reference? So I'm saying a secular reference is a situation. It's not an approach. Now, absolute reference, relative reference, they are approach to doing something. So if you are performing a calculation and I took time, because I can see somebody saying I should throw more light again. I don't think I can spend all day on just a topic because I've taken time to break down the what do you call it now? The reference. I even did an example. So I said I took time to type all these things. Then when things are standing relatively side by side and you are doing a calculation that the values, the formula, the copying of the formula is relative side by side or relatively referenced. That is called relative reference. Everything that you do almost every day is relative reference. This times this, that times that is relative. In Excel, is relative. That this is relatively referred to. So that this person is related to this. That means that this one is related to this. And so you can use that relationship to now say, if this behaves like this, then definitely, since this is standing like this one too can behave like that. Relative reference. But absolute means it's standing on its own. Absolute means it's standing on its own. It cannot be referred to any other thing. It's standing. And every other calculation refers to a single thing. It's absolute in nature. It's not changing. This one changes from here to here. This one is not changing. It's absolute. So that is it. But the secular reference that I have here, like I said, this is a method of this. Relative reference is a method. Absolute is a method of calculation. But Circular reference is a situation whereby you are doing a calculation and okay, let me show you one of the things that causes circular reference. I'm trying to add all these values together. Let's say I'm trying to add all these values together. Let me put more values so that you will see. And I come here, and I put equal sign, equal sum, and I now do this. This is going to
Hello.
We're not
seeing you.
We're not seeing your work, sir.
Okay. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. let me reshare again. Okay. Can you see it now? So I was
yes, we're saying it.
Okay, so I was talking about absolute and okay, so I will repeat. So I have to now repeat it. So this what I was trying to do has caused a circular reference, but I'll tell you, I want to show, because somebody asked a question about circular reference. So and I want to show what causes circular reference. But I started by talking about relative, that when you say something is relative, it's from the word related, relationship, relative. So relative reference means there's a pattern that is related. So if I say this multiplied by this gives me this, relatively, this is also going to be by this. But instead of me repeating each of them one by one, I can treat them as a relative reference because they follow a pattern that shows a kind of a relationship. But when something stands on its own, like this 7.5%, is absolute. I want to say VAT, and I'm saying the total multiplied by 7.5. Total multiplied by 7.5. Total multiplied by 7.5. So each of them multiply, and that 7.5 remains as an absolute figure. So this is not treated as relative because it is standing on its own. But somehow there's a relationship side by side with quantity and amount. But there's none with this. These guys, so when you now say this multiply by this and you start dragging your formula down, I said it will generate error because it will start thinking that what you want to do is a relative thing. So I said what you now do is you lock that 7.5 down to become an absolute value. So that when you are copying down, each of them will always refer to E11. D4 multiplied by D15 multiplied by E11. D16 multiplied by E11. So E11 is absolute in nature. And the way you know it is this dollar sign that has been applied to it to make all calculations refer to the same thing, because this is absolute. So, and then I said, somebody asked a question that, what about circular reference? And I said, okay, oh, beautiful. So the person that asked the question said, thanks for the clarity. So I will, but for the sake of others, I will still just give you that information. So, so reference is an approach, absolute, relative is an approach in your calculation. But circular reference is a situation. Circular reference is a situation. So what has happened? I made a mistake putting my formula within another set of formula, and this same formula is referring to everything and is within it. So if I try to calculate this, it will give me a circular reference error. And that circular reference is saying, it said there are one or more circular reference where a formula refers to its own cell, either directly or indirectly. So a formula cannot be a member of the values you want to calculate. It's supposed to stand out. So whenever you do anything that looks like this in your worksheet, in addressing in your but when you are analyzing, when you are doing some financial analysis and all those things, there is always tempting to go this route, referencing. So it starts showing circular references. It starts showing circular references. So it's always a situation and not a method of calculation. So I guess that's clear. So now, so I want to go back to the mix. Mix reference. Okay, so mix reference. So now I have this table here, names, and then their annual income and their tax rates. And then we now want to calculate annual income tax payable. Now, if we were dealing with a single, if we were dealing with a single year, we will simply just have it directly. But because we are dealing with multiple, and we want to drag this formula this way, we don't want to be doing it 2007 alone, 2018 alone, 2019 alone. So we have to use what is called a mix reference. So I'm going to show you how we did that. So you can delete the result. Delete the result. That's the second one, the second table, amount, annual income tax payable. That's the one that you delete the result to. Don't delete the data here. If you have done that, just undo. So we want to calculate, so we'll just do equal sign. This value multiplied by this value. Now, I'm going to do it raw. Then I will now show you why the mix reference came in. Now, if I press enter and I drag this down, who can tell me which type of reference I've done? This calculation, this multiplied by this, and I drag down here. What type of reference is that?
Absolute.
Relative.
Relative.
Absolute. Okay, relative. Okay.
It's
Relative.
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 Okay.
Yes, so that's relative. Now, if I am locking, if I say everything should be for, now look at it. If I say equal sign, this value multiplied by 17, and then I now put $4. Then I now drag down. You can tell me which type of
Absolute.
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 Excellent. Absolute. Because I'm now keying everything here to 17%. But that's not what I wanted. That was not what I wanted. So what I want is a kind of a mix. And the mix is that it will do both relative and something that looks like absolute. But the absolute will be half parts, not all. So look at it. So this is what we want to do. We want it that when we say this particular value multiplied by this value. Are you, Madam Eze, mute? So I want a situation whereby when I drag this down to calculate, then I should be able to drag this way also. But wow, error, I mean 0. How? So I want to check. So now, look at what I've done. What I want to do is, I don't want to waste my time doing these things one by one. So after I calculated one, I wanted to just drag down this way and then take it also to the right side. What's that showing me error? So I now want to check why. So I double click here and I noticed that because I'm treating it as relative reference, it shifted. At this point, it says 2018 for Jonathan multiplied by 0F. It has shifted because it's looking at it relatively. So there's a work for me here. And what is the work? The work is that I don't want it to leave E. I don't want it to leave E. I want it to stay on E. And I don't want it to stay on row E4. Because if I say column, if I say $F, $E, $4, like I did before, that we all recognized and we said, that is absolute. And if we do that, there will be a problem again. It will stay on 17% alone at the top. And we don't want it to do that. So we will now use what is called mixed. So I will delete all this again, the error, and I will now take care of that. So look at it. So what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to lock only E. Because I will not lock 4. No. Because if I lock 4, if I am dragging it down, it will remain on this row 4. But I'm saying don't lock it to row 4, but lock it to column E. Lock it to column E, but don't lock it to row 4. Let row 4 move when I'm calculating downwards. But when I'm going from left to right, let it remain on column E. So that's why I have $E and then no dollar for 4. So if I press enter, now if I drag this down, fine, this is good because it remains on E, but the row is changing, and that is what I wanted. It's working. The row is changing. It has changed to 6. But this is where the problem will have generated if I didn't put the dollar for. So if I now drag this way, it stays on E because E becomes constant to all of them. It does not shift. Doesn't shift. So if I'm going downward, that is row. If I'm going right, that is column. So mixed reference is used in a situation whereby you are trying to lock either the column alone or the row alone, or in a situation where you are trying to perform both relative and absolute. Treat this thing relatively on this side. Treat it mix or make it look as if it's absolute, but it's not. That is mix. Okay? So that is mixed reference. That's mixed reference. So whenever you have things like this, that's where the mixed reference comes. So if I lock only 4 and I don't lock E, it means I have locked it to a particular row, but I'm not locking the column. So in most cases, because we are dealing with vertical data, we lock it to the column. Most cases, we lock to the column because we are dealing with a vertical data, and you will be dragging maybe this way and that way. So that's just so we have a lot to do today, and we've taken quite a, so what I would just advise we do is thank God there's a recording, and thank God that I took time to do some explanation, so you can also refer back to the recording, and that will the beautiful thing about the recorded version is that you can rewind Abraham over and over, and Abraham will not be angry. Abraham, talk again. Go back, talk again. Abraham, go back and talk.
Thank you.
At that time, you know, go back. Because it will not be there, it will just be a recorded version. So that's the beauty. That's why I like recorded things, because I can sit on one thing and look at it over and over. We all, nobody has a super brain. You know, we have individual differences. We have different. Okay, so for me now, if I'm in a class, it may be funny when I tell people. They will say, you that is very intelligent, I know a lot. Oga, when me dey class, I know they get things immediately like that. I will write it down. I will take notes. I will look at it. Then I will now go back and then begin to expand it my own way.
Quiet time.
Yes, I'll now begin to do my research, expand it. He said something about mixed reference. Okay, he said something about absolute. YouTube. Oh yeah, give me another example of a relative reference. Then I will do it. Then somebody will teach. I will look at another person teach. Okay. Then that moment of aha, it will click. Then I will now go. I'll say, okay, give me another video or another thing on what do you call it? Absolute. Then I would learn. I expand that knowledge. No, so it's not like he said this. He said, I'll pack everything. No, don't pack everything. No. If something is a key for you and you think it's going to help you, sit with that thing for a whole day. Sit with that one. Make it until it sinks. Because whatever you learn, okay, you learned how to drive, you drove for some time, you leave driving, you come back. Are you going to start learning how to drive again? No. You pick up the car and start moving again. Why?
Yes. I will practice it. Put on one of the topic and practice. It's absolute reference or relative.
Yes.
So it's easier and better for us.
Exactly. And you said what?
Better for us.
That if you practice,
we keep practicing it, but when you're reading it, you put it in practice.
Exactly.
I'm talking about why is the recorded this thing is good.
Yes, excellent. So you put in practice, you keep doing it and all those things. So once it sticks, once it becomes part of you, it doesn't go. That's one thing about it. And I also know that it's not everything you learn in this class that you are going to use, that you are going to be using every day. But there's something that they call a subconscious memory, subconscious part of you. Once you have come across something, even if you forget that thing, the fact that you came across that thing, that particular information will be transferred to that subconscious. That's that second part of you that is at the back. The day you see it again, I've seen this thing before. That's learning process. You are different from the person that is saying it for the first time. Okay, hands raised, Mr. Tony Charles. Can I hear you, sir?
Okay, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to ask maybe outside the scheme of this training, but actually I really need some help. I'm interested and we did a lot of upload. So there is this, sometimes we will upload to the bank huge files. And there are some files that has hidden characters. It depends on where the file is being downloaded. Like in Oracle, if you type some information in Oracle, then it could be some hidden characters in numbers and text. I don't know if you get me.
You said hidden?
Yes, hidden characters.
Okay.
Hidden, yes. So for the numbers, I think I'm able to know how to remove the hidden characters. But for text, I think I'm really having issues removing the hidden characters in Excel text, like the name especially. I don't know if you could.
So when you say hidden, it means you can't see it.
Yes, you can't see it. Let's assume a name, James. Five character, right? 5. But if it actually is 5, you are seeing. But there are hidden characters that when you use a function learn to check, it should be more than 5. And because of that, when you want to upload it in especially banking platform, it's very impossible because of that hidden character. except you format it before you're able to download it in the banking platform. So I use like for the account numbers, which are also affected. I think I use a meet functions to format it. But for the text, I've been trying, but I don't know.
Okay, I think if I can see, if you can, maybe later, if you can share a draft or something.
Okay,
Just just exactly. Not the entire discipline, just something so that I can have a clear understanding of what you are saying. Then I will see how I can assist you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. So I will go into data validation. Data validation. Data validation. So what does it mean to validate? Of course, validation is a very common term in the computer world. You validate entry. Like, for instance, when you are filling a form online, the programmer that created that thing has created some inbuilt of validation. A situation whereby you are expected to type date and you are typing some numbers. It will tell you this is not a date. This is not valid. Okay, you are expected to type email and you are now typing some things. The moment you get to a point that it cannot detect @ sign, it will tell you this is not a valid email. So that responses you are getting is object of validation. It's a process. The validation has been done to check and ensure compliance, to check and ensure that you are following what is expected. Otherwise, there will be a lot of wrong entries. I mean, people can go, there's what we call SQL injection in web security, okay? Where people will go into your form, because when you fill a form online, it's actually the result of that form goes into the database that you have on the server, and it is SQL language we use, along with PHP sometimes, to work with the back end to store your information. So when you fill a form online, for instance, what you see is that that particular result of whatever you fill goes into the server. It goes into the database of the person that's created the form. So, but to ensure that people don't go and enter all kinds of information that is not useful, they try as much as possible to put validation processes between those forms so that when people are filling form, they have to comply with what is required. Now, I was talking about SQL injection, for instance. People can put in some SQL code into the form. And when that thing enters into your backend, it can manipulate and get into your database. And especially when your database is a place where you make money and information there is all about credit card and blah, blah, blah. So they can do what is called SQL injection and get inside. So validation is very important. And Excel has its own validation to ensure that you input the kind of text that is required. So that is validation. That's what data validation is all about. And there are two approaches to validation. Please open the pivot table file that I gave you first. Let's use that one first. So I will do the first approach. I'll show you the first approach. So you can validate an existing worksheet to be sure that what you have in that worksheet is based on what is required. And where anything within the worksheet does not meet what is required, then it's going to complain. I will use that word, is to complain. So it's going to complain. It will draw a circle, actually. So let me show you that. So you can validate existing, or you set up a template for validation before you start entering the data. Okay, you can set up a template for validation before you start entering the data, or you check an existing. So we are starting with checking an existing data or info. All right. Now, so this is a file I want to use. So you go to Data tab, and on the far right, you have where you have that remove duplicates, you have validation there, data validation. So mine is compressed because of I'm connected to external monitors and all those things. So it's compressed. So you may be seeing it differently, but yours will probably be showing. So now I want to check these amounts. I will highlight all these amount values. Highlight all of them. That is, select all of them. Select all of them. And then put a validation. I will say data validation. I'll click, that is, when you go to that data validation tool, you see data validation. You have three things there. You have data validation, circle invalid data, clear validation circles. So I'm going for data validation. So the data validation dialog box will appear. Then I will now say value. I'll say, since I have decimal values here, so I can use decimal. But I will say the minimum is 4,000. And the maximum is 10. So I chose decimal because I want it to recognize these things. Otherwise, I can even remove it. I can even remove the decimal points, since they seem to be useless. They are just 0.00. So I can remove them and choose whole number instead. But let me just go with decimal. Minimum is 4,000. Maximum is 10. Error alert. Okay, I don't need this now. I don't need this now. Let me just work with that. So I'll click OK. Now, it will look as if nothing happened because, of course, these values are already existing. The intention is not to say change the value. The intention is to go back to that validation. Now that we have set a validation rule, we now want to check with a circle. Now say circle invalid data. Then it will now circle them out. We said that the minimum should be 4,000. The maximum is 10. All these values that are below 4,000 are being circled out. So we set the rule by ourselves, and we found out that these things did not meet the rules. So you can send the worksheet back to whoever and say, look at all these values. They are not part of the entry. They are below the standard. Why? Because what you did was that you applied a rule. You knew what the standard was. The highest amount that can be paid in for each tanker load of fuel is this amount. If an entry is made of a value that is lower than what a single unit of tanker, maybe 33,000 liters or something, if it goes beyond, and it goes below what the unit of the tanker supply has to do. This, once you check with the validation by showing what is the minimum, and of course, maybe because you are multiplying by, okay, let's say you have the unit and you are checking on the unit session, and then you check based on the rules that you have set. Anyone that is circle, you quickly see it, something is going on here. There's a fraud here. There's a fraud here. Please send this thing back, do the right thing, otherwise we'll raise alert and this. So that's, you are trying to check for compliance. Okay. So what did I do? The first thing I did was to highlight my data. The data was standing on its own, not looking for anybody's trouble. But now we wanted to reveal something. And we said, okay, there's a standard. So we went to data tab and then went to validation. I'll first of all clear the circle. So went to validation and clicked on data validation. Clicking on data validation, the first thing I wanted to do was to set the rule. Before you can check whether something, before you can check whether something meets a standard, there must be a rule. That's why they say that a country where there is no law, no sin. Okay? No sin. So a rule has been set by you. You now want to check whether that, so we set the rule. We say, okay, we're checking based on whole number or decimal, and then data that falls between, or if we don't want to use between, maybe there's a specific kind of value. We can choose our comparison operators here. We can say something that is not between, that is something outside, anything that is not. So we're looking at it from the negative part. If it is not between our range, then circle it. That is not between. Okay? So you can do it that way. You can say equals to. That is specific value. That means you are dealing with a specific kind of number. A situation whereby this price is this price, that price is that price, this payment is this payment. It doesn't change, it doesn't vary. And then somebody now imputes something. And you know, when you are dealing with a very large, mine is a small works, but when you're dealing with a very large worksheet within your production environment, you know what I'm talking about. Some data can be hiding and not identified. But if you select everything and you set your rules, you find it. It does show with the circle, it shows. So not equal, greater than. So you can also say, you can say any value that is greater than. You can say any value that is less than. For instance, if I want to deal with something that is not between, I could say less than. So any value that is less than 4,000, it should complain about it. And I'll just say, okay. Then I'll go back. Once I click, that is, I've set the rate. So I will now go back and say, circle invalid data. What did I do? Did I say less? Oh, let me check. Because this is not giving me what I want. Let me check the rules that were set. Maximum, not maximum. Less than maximum, no. Okay. Less than or equals to 4,000. Less than, less than or equals to. Okay, okay, okay. Now I understand. So what this thing will do is that you go in the opposite direction, because I'm saying, I'm setting a rule that says allow all values that are less than or equals to 4,000. That's what this rule means. So anything that is higher than 4,000 is illegal. That's what this rule means. So greater than or equals to 4,000 should be what I will select, so that it will exclude anything. So anything lower than that is illegal, is an offense. So that's what it should be. So the circle will change. So that's logic for you anyway. The circle will change now to values lower than 4,000. Okay. We change to values lower than 4,000. So as you can see. So that is one approach. Circle invalid data. For something like this, this text, Control Shift down arrow. For something like this text, I can set a validation rule that will say text length. Well, any text length that is beyond 6 characters should be, it should only accept text that is 6 characters long. So that's the minimum. So anything that goes beyond that, because I've set a validation rule, I can say circle. So this one is following its own rule that we said before. Which means there are 2 rules hanging. There's a rule here and there's another rule here. So that's why you're having the circle here. So why are we having, so okay, so the minimum that can pass is 6 characters. Anything above it will go, but anything below it will be circled as invalid. That's for text length anyway. You can set a validation rule. That will say, it probably is not text length, that will say the following text you use what is called a list. You say the following texts are the only one valid: carrots, banana, orange, and maybe apple. So if I click OK here, and then now go to circle, then broccoli, beans are not part of them. So it means that this place, these fruits were not supposed to be entered here. You have circled them out. And then you can send them for editing or whatever. So
question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Ibrahim, I have a question. You're saying that this circling is another form of filtering out, like you mentioned under the product, that anything less than 6 characters, it will not display. And under the value, anything less than 4,000, it will not display. I don't know, is it the ones that is not in your what you request for that will display, or what you don't request for that will display?
Okay. Let me start with the figure. Okay. So if I'm checking a rule, if I'm creating a rule, and the rule says that any number that is below 4,000 should be circled. So what I have done is I'm saying, so like this was the rule that we did. We say greater than or equals to 4,000. So what it means is that the minimum is 4,000. Anything below 4,000 is not supposed to be here.
Okay.
So I don't know if you are getting it now.
Yes, I got it.
So what is going to circle is anything below 4,000. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah. So now, Mr. Lucky said, I noticed you manually selected figures downward. Is it possible to pick from top? I did also pick from top. I did that. So I picked the figure and I said Control Shift down arrow. And then sometimes I will do like this. So just playing around with my figures. Sometimes I selected like this. Sometimes I'll pick from the top. So to pick from the top means you hold down this, click the first value, hold down the Shift key and the Control key together at the same time. Then the down cursor key on your keyboard, the down arrow is what you press. You just press down cursor key. So when you press it, it will go down once. Then you release the button. Okay, good. Now, that is validating an existing file. Now, let's create a template that sets a validation rule. Okay? So let's say we are trying to impute some product lists. Amount, date, okay. So our product type falls under the category of A, B, C. Just for practice sake, not so we're now saying, okay, let us set a standard that when they want to make input into this, if they do anything that does not follow the standard that we have set, then it should not accept it. It shouldn't accept it. Okay. So our serial number. Then for our products, we want to say that our product is in a list. We don't want them to type anyhow product, especially when we're trying to do analysis and all those stuff. We don't want them to input anyhow kind of product. Okay, so give me products names so that I will not go and be giving you international.
Diesel.
Why do we have the serial number of products in the same?
Huh?
Hello, sir. Why do we have them in the same column? We're not supposed to separate them. Serial number, product type, and amount. That in the same column. I guess we're supposed to. You put them in the same box. Are they not supposed? I would guess
Not in the
they're
same
supposed
box.
to be separate.
They are not
Yes,
in the same box.
they are in this. Thank you.
Are they in the same box? I don't understand. They are not in the same box.
Column.
They are not in the same
Like the
column.
same column.
They are in different columns.
They are in
A,
different
B,
columns.
C, D, E.
A, serial number is under A.
Yeah.
Product is under B. Type is under C. Amount is under D. Date is under E. They are not. Okay.
I think what she's trying to say is the A, B, C in that column of C.
Yes, this is just I could delete it. I'm just saying that our product type fall under the category of A, B, C. I'm just an expression. It's not. So I just decided to say, note that your product types are A, B, C. Just an information. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
It was just ordinary information, not anything to worry about. It's just when we are typing this, when a particular product will be A, a particular product will be category type C, particular product will be type B, particular product will be type A. So we are saying note that your products are of 3 types. So, okay, give me product names. Let's work with that.
I use diesel.
Diesel. Okay. Another one.
Gas.
Okay. Another one.
Rice.
Huh?
A car.
Rice.
I didn't get that.
Car.
Car.
Yes, vehicle or vessel.
Okay. Any other one?
Kerosene.
Another. Okay, so let's.
Bitumen.
Petrol.
Huh?
Petrol.
Okay. Okay. So let me.
Okay.
Yes. So I'll just assume that. So we will call diesel type A. We'll call petrol type A. Car, we'll see it as a type B. What else do we have there? Gas, we'll see them as type C. We say this on type C. That just for practice sake, not no rule. No rule. Just, but we are not typing now. Okay. So we are not typing now. Okay. We're only creating our product list. Okay. So I will put my product list here. And I'll delete this. So this is our products. So we want to create a list for our products. In our worksheet, we want to create a list to say that anytime they come here, they can't type any other type of product. Anything that is not within this product, they can't type it here. Anything outside these 5 cannot enter here. So we'll create a list. So we'll select our template, our range. This is our range. We'll highlight it. Then we'll go to data tab. Did somebody ask a question or something? Okay. So we go to data tab. Then we go to data validation. Then under data validation, we have 3 sets of buttons. We have settings, we have input message, we have error alerts. So what we are working with is the settings. And under the settings, we have what is called validation criteria. The validation criteria has what it allows. The first one, the default one, is any value. That's the default. Then we have whole number, decimal, but we are going for list. So we'll click list. So when we click list, the list is asking for a source data. So we'll click source. And then we will now come and select the list of data, of products that we have created. So our list falls within G7 to G11. And if you notice, it's absolute. It means that everything that we want to do here will refer to this range alone. That's why it converted it to absolute by itself. I didn't do that. It did that by itself. Then I will now set input message. It's probably just to give hints. I will say hint. Type only valid, type valid product name only. That's the kind of a hint. So when they hover their button on that, it will tell them that, look, this place is only the product name, the valid one that is acceptable. And it expects you to know. Then error alert. Stop. Then we say invalid data entry. Then the message that we want to show is the product name entered is not in the list. Then check the product list for proper okay. So I have created allow list. I have selected my source, which is from diesel down to petrol, and I kept it one side. Then input message, I typed hint, and then I said type valid product name only. Then, so I said this one is just a kind of a hint, just to give them, to let them know that what is expected here. But this one is to stop them and say, look, you can't enter this data, invalid data. Then it will show an error alert. So if I click OK, so look at the hint here. The hint is showing. So anywhere they point to, the hint is showing. And of course, because it's a list, the products have been captured as list. So I say gas. Then this one now come and say banana. Then it says invalid data entry. The product name entered is not in the list.
Okay.
Check the product list for proper guidance. Yes.
Mm.
So any question on that so far? Well, I want us to take a short break.
Yes, Mr. Brian, please, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
When you are trying to create layouts, I don't
Yes.
know how you get to the setting, please, if you can direct me. I know you went through setting, how you
Okay,
set,
you mean the data validation?
yes, data validation, yes.
So if you highlight your data, you
Mhm.
go to data tab, then you go to data validation. You click that button, then this dialog box will show.
Okay,
Then you will see 3 buttons: settings, input message, error, alert.
okay,
Then click on settings.
okay.
Yes.
All right,
Any other,
noted.
any other question? Okay, so let's give how many minutes will you say, Madam Yemisi? Are you there? Stretch, move around.
5
Well,
minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So we'll be back 12 minutes past 11. Okay. Welcome back to the class. Are we here? Are we together? Are we together? Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes. Can I get yes? Are we back? Wow, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now so we're talking about the validation. Validation. Setting your validation rule. And the first one that I did was on the first validation that I did was on products. I applied a list. So I created a table of data and then created a list and said anything that is not here, that we cannot allow them to be entered here. I will say, how do we do that? That we will highlight your range, the range you want to work on. You will highlight it. That is, you will select it. So you select the range. Then you will now go to the data validation. The data validation can be found under the data tab. So you click data. And then you click the data validation tool. So the dialog box will show. So when the dialog box shows, you will set your rule. But that's the first thing to do. You have highlighted the range that you want to apply the rule to. But you also need to set the rule. Then, so for this, the rule is list. The rule I'm setting here is list. I'm creating a list. And the list has a source. So after allow, you see list. After list is source. So if you click inside source, you will now go and select the list of products that we created. That's the list. Then we said, okay, the next tab here says input message. And we say we are going to call that hint. And then we say type in only type in valid data only. So the title, I called it hint. The input message, I called it type in valid data only. Then I move to the third one, which is error alert. So for error alert, the style is stop. We have warning, we have information, but this style that I chose is stop. So the title, invalid data entry. Product name not in the list. Check the product list for the correct name. Okay. Settings, list, source, the range, input message, hint, invalid, that type in valid data only. Type valid data only. Invalid data entry, that's the error alert. So if I click OK, then the hint will show me that. So I said, if I put a data that is not in the list, it will return an alert showing error. Product name not in the list. Check the product list for the correct name. So if I do retry, then I can pick the list. Now, the end user, I have a question here that says, please confirm if the Excel cannot be edited using data validation tool by the end user. So the end user, if the end user knows about data validation, can go there. It's true. You can go there and change the rule. You can edit it. That one is sure. Can be edited. But if you are providing a rule and somebody is editing it, it means that that person is going extra mile to violate what has been laid down. That, to me, I think is an offense. Because you are setting these rules for them to follow, not to show that they know how to change it, and then now go and edit it. No. Okay. So that is list. We have seen working with the list. So the other one, I want to work with text length here. I want to say that if they input any text length that is more than 1 character, it should not accept. So I highlighted, set the rule. Then I say text length. It should be equal to 1 character length. I don't need to say between. If I say between, then I'm trying to specify whether it should be between 1 and 2 characters. But once I say equals to, then it should be 1 character length. I can put my input message. I can also put my error alert, but I will not be repeating that because you already know what that is. So I just click OK. And then this person wants to type AA, enter. You say this value does not match the data validation. So it will give you its own. If you don't provide information for it, of course, it will give you its own. So A, B, C, CC, EDD, so that is for length. Now you can also validate for amount, where you indicate that a certain range of amounts must be entered. So you select your range, go to the validation, maybe whole number, between minimum 50,000, maximum 100,000. Just for example, you put your message, you put your error alert, then, so I will put 49,000 here. It won't accept it. 49999. 50. 100. And just 1. So you see that's why when you set rules, it looks as if when rules are properly set, people will say that the rule is not fair. But the problem is with rules are rules. That's part of the English slang. They will say rules are rules. So when you set a rule, even if it is anything one lower, it doesn't accept. So human being can bend rules for you, but technology is not designed to bend rules. And I can say that is why some people don't like technology in Nigeria, even though they say it. Oh, we have to implement technology and use it to do this and do that. Technology is good. They are saying it, but they don't like it. Because when they implement it, what it does is that it eliminates corruption. It will take that tendency for changing anything. So, but human being will still say, can you do this technology in a way that I can also manipulate it? Well, so anything outside the values required for this will not be accepted. Doesn't matter how close it is. Then for dates, okay, so let me just pause a while and just give some of us opportunity to just as you are practicing. Because somebody said I'm fast. Okay. So I know some people are trying out their hands on it. And usually, if we are in a physical class, I'll be pausing, but the reason why it looks as if the facilitator wants to continue to talk in a virtual class is he keeps quiet. Someone that didn't know what happened, may think that the facilitator has gone off. So virtual class, you keep talking just for people to know that you are there. But the advantage of pausing is to allow you to also be on the same page. So I think I'll be giving short time in between, just for us to be able to come on the same page. And maybe sometimes, if we have majority, I can get a continue on the chat session, continue. And if you are trying to catch up, maybe you just give me a wait in the chat session. Wait, please, wait, please, wait, please. So that I will know that you're trying to catch up. So that will also put us on the same page. So do I get a continue or a wait, please? In the chat session.
Mr. Abraham, please, can I know how you arrived at this 50,000, please?
I typed it.
Okay, there's no formula to it.
No. Type.
Okay.
You know, we are trying to check our validation to know which value meets the validation. The rule that we set is that the minimum value is 50,000, the maximum is 100. So we are now trying to check by typing in values. So if it complains or shows an error alert, then it means that value does not fall between the range. Okay, so I'm not getting any other information from anybody. Are we on the same page? Do we continue? I'll give you time to catch up. Okay, I got one. Continue.
Continue, sir, please.
Okay, so I got another. I tried and got it. Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's good. That's very good. All right. So now I'll go to dates. I'll go to date. Date. So you can also set validation rules for dates where you are trying to say that a date. Oh, uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Sorry, there was a change, a power change that affected all my settings. So let me just put everything back. Then I'll continue a minute or two. Okay. Okay. So where am I? Where am I? Date. Yes, that's where I'm. Well, that's where I am. So I want to set rules for date. Highlight. So always select the range you want to validate, because if you don't select any set of cells, then it means it's like you're not validating anything. You are not specifying what exactly do you want to validate. What are you trying to point at? So that's why the selection is important. It's the number one thing to do. Select the range of data before you start. So then after that, you can now go to set your validation rule. So for this, we are setting it based on date. And then you specify the start date. But here you need to be careful to follow the pattern of your system date. Your system date is important. So if you don't follow your system date, then you will be getting error. Okay, so I have the date between my date format on my system is that I have months, then followed by day, then followed by year. So if I say the start date for my entry is 9 slash 1 slash 2024. That means I'm starting from 1st of September. And then if I say 10 slash 31 slash 2024. Okay. Maybe the message is invalid. invalid date. The date provided is out of range. So I have my dates, allowed dates between these dates, that date, my error alert. So the most important is the rule, the validation rule that is set. It's not actually the alert. Alert is just a message. Alert is just a message. It is the rule that will control what will happen. So this error alert is just what your user gets, the end user, what they get. And of course, if you are an IT person, like somebody asked the question that can the end user edit the validation? You know, if you are an IT person and you apply some VBA techniques to your work, why not? You can turn off, after you have run your validation, you can turn off data validation from the list of things that they will have access to. Yes, you can turn it on. I should think that even without VBA, you can do it, but the one that you do will still be, if you do the one that is without VBA, will still be, that is a VBA is programming language for Excel. The one that you, there's another one that you can do that is without VBA, but it will still be under, if the person knows how to, then they can manipulate it. But if you write a code, you can lock a part of your code and it cannot be edited, and that means they can't interrupt. So if you don't want validation to change, you can turn. So if you add programming sense to it, you can turn it off. But the ordinary one is to come to file here. I don't know. I hope that one is also, you customize your ribbon, and then it won't work. It won't. Let me see. Data tools. So this is data validation. So this validation, because it is Excel's Excel programming, I mean, it's Excel original programming, you cannot remove it. That's why it's not active. Because if you remove it, you have scattered your work. You have to reinstall that application again. But everything you do in Excel, you have them here. You have them under customized ribbon. How did I get there? You go to File, you go to Option, and then you go to Customize ribbon. So if I want to turn off Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formula, Data, you can turn it off. So if you turn off data, for instance, they will not see it again. Active data, review, view, automate, developer, add in, help, Power Pivot. And I click OK. You will see that all my tabs are gone. All my tabs are gone. Look at my screen very well. So sometimes the control can do that. So if I want only Home, Insert, I don't want them to be drawing. They can do page formulas, no data activity. They can review, view, I can get help, then I can say, okay. So you will see. You will see that I have file home, insert, page layout, formula, review, view, help. So if I want to make my Excel to look like the way many of us appear, of course. So since I've removed data, if the end user does not know that they can go to anywhere, then they can't change, then they cannot. It will just be working. They will just be following the rule. They can't change the rules because they don't have access to the data tab. So, but it's dangerous to remove it and then now forget that you are the one that removed it, that you shot yourself in the leg. And so because it's possible. I've seen someone that did that and forgot that she removed when she was learning and then now started screaming that virus has attacked our system. Okay. So we set the validation for the date, the rules, and then dates between these. So what it means is that if we come here and we put 8/1/2024, then it will complain because the date is out of the range that we have provided. Any question on validation before I move on? Then I'll give you small time to practice also while I expect questions. Questions? Questions? We have a session that is allocated to question so that while we are attending to that, we give others to come on the same page. Okay, so I assume we continue. So I'll move to conditional formatting. Conditional formatting. Okay. Conditional formatting. Here I have a question on the selection of the products range. Okay, so what is the question? Can you continue? My question is on the selection of the products. Okay, so what's the just for me to be clear. Can you take the question further? Chima, Evangel, Chima, you're asking a question. So I want to find out what you mean by selection of product range. What's the challenge? Okay. So if you pick the first cell, you will need to hold your mouse button or do control shift down arrow to select all. That is, you click the first, you hold down the control key, hold down the shift key, and just the down arrow. So you click the first button, you hold the shift key, at the same time hold the control key on your keyboard, and then you down the cursor key. There are 4 keys, left, right, up, down. So you click the down. That is if you're having the issue with mouse selection. Then you can use that method. I hope that solves the problem. And if you are using a laptop, I would advise you try and get a mouse with it, so that with mouse, because not everybody is used to how to select on laptop. But if you are using a desktop, definitely it's a mouse that you are working with. So, Madam Chima, are you fine? Okay. So let me continue. Conditional formatting. So let's break the word down. Because it's actually a combination of 2 words. Sorry, just a minute, please. I stopped sharing to be able to set something up. The system is showing some signs, so I just have to stop sharing to quickly fix it. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, so let's share the screen again. All right, so we're talking about conditional formatting in Excel. So I said it's a combination of two words actually. Conditional and then formatting. Conditional formatting. So let me ask the question, and you can answer me, you can unmute and answer, or you can just type it. What does it mean to formatting? What does formatting means in computer generally, computer software? Maybe like Excel or Word. What does formatting, what does it mean to format a text or to apply formatting? Let's talk. Let me hear us.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Maybe to erase some data you've saved before. And to prepare for another one.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other one?
Okay, formatting in Microsoft Word refers to the process of changing the appearance or layout of a text when you're trying to change something or thereabout.
Okay, very good. Any other one? Any other?
It can also help you create a form, rearrange your document in
Okay.
organized context. I don't know.
Okay. So I have some input here to alter the pre-existing setting. That is formatting. Preparation of data to better formatting. So, but I will go with what Madam said. Okay, to change the appearance of a text, to change the original format or the appearance or what a particular text, just like we have alter a pre-existing settings. So, but you know, say that one a big English. Lucky took us to a place that we have to go and Mr. Lucky took us to a place that we have to go and carry dictionary. So to alter the pre-existing settings. Now my head begin to crack. Change appearance. Okay, so just on the lighter mood anyway. So, but very correct. When you change the existing format, the appearance, formatting is not necessarily erasing a data. No, erasing a data is not formatting. Okay. Erase is fine, but it's not part of formatting because formatting is what you do to an existing. That's why I like the word pre-existing, you know, to alter the pre-existing settings of a text, change the face or change the appearance of a particular text, apply a new appearance to it. That is formatting. And we have different kind of formatting. We have text formatting. We have number formatting. We even have formula as formats. Okay. So text formatting is all these things like bold, italics, underline, text color, okay, and so on. Then we also have cell formatting, where you format a cell apart from text. Text we mean here will be character, any kind of character. Okay. Okay. Yes, we are still having answers coming in. Applying changes according to your demands. Excellent. Improve appearance. Excellent. Okay. So we have all spoken well. Very, very good. Okay. So text like alphabet and whatever it is, generally text combine number and blah, blah, blah. But when you're applying general formatting to text, generally, like bold, italics, underline, fonts, change the font. So all these things fall under and more, like the text color, the applying bold. So all these things, the font size, the font type, all these things fall under formatting. You are formatting, you are changing. So that's why everything that we said is just like Evangel said, the other part of your answer is very correct and very valid, preparing it for a current use. So you have something in mind and you are trying to change your text to be prepared for the way you want it. Number formatting will now be when you are applying comma, separator, like thousand separator, decimal places to value, assign currency symbol, assign currency symbol. For instance, you can have a number, 10,000, and you want to change it to Naira, 10,000 Naira. You can go to your number formatting, and then you look for currency. Then, sorry, you will need to extend the table. So when you pick your currency, when you expand the table, because if you just choose currency directly, it will apply the default, which is dollars. But you can choose more. That's the option that is here, more format, to open the dialog box. Then you can now go to your symbol. And then in the international space, they think that we use different currency. Instead of them to say Nigeria, they say Edo, they say Fula, they say Hausa, they say Ibibio, they say Igbo. I know there's also Yoruba, but our currency is one. So once you do that, you can change it to Naira. So that's Naira there. This is also formatting, and this falls under the number formatting. Now, formula is when a formula has been applied to a particular cell. If you are trying to copy the formula formatting to another formula, it applies that formula to that order because it's already a format. So you can copy a formula. You can copy a format. For instance, if I type another number here, I can come here and click this button that is under clipboard. That is where I have paste, copy, cut. Click it and then just click on this. It will copy the formats. That is called format painter. That is more or less copying the format. It's more or less copying the format. So likewise, I can have equal sum add this number. Then I now have another set of this thing here. I can copy this formula and paste it here as a format. Now, even though I copied what I have here, but what I copied wasn't the value. What I copied was the formula because it's already a format. So by transferring it here, it automatically made the calculation of these two. So you can have formula. Then cell formatting, cell color, and so on. So you can have other things that you apply to a cell to format. Then you can have table formatting. So table formatting is where you apply a format to a table of data. Like that, like this one now. If you select and you say format as table, that means you are changing it to applying a table formatting. So this changes into a table of data rather than just ordinary range. So sincerely, Excel is deep. There's a lot, there's a lot to grasp. So sometimes I try to break some things down, but I'm also trying not to put too much in your head so that you not end up struggling with too many information. Too many information. Otherwise, there's a lot. So what is table? What is the use of table? There's so much. There's so much. Okay. So format, you can format based on a table of data. Format a range. So a range is a set of data that goes across rows and you have rows and columns. It's beyond a cell. But when it becomes a table, then it's treated as a single entity. A table of data is treated as a single entity. So it's a collection. It becomes a collection. And that is when you begin to think of things like database management. Database management within Excel. Especially when you are treating, when we come to pivot table. Pivot table. So the word table means that it converts our data to a format. It begins to treat our range of data in a form that they have relationship, and such can be treated as one, rather than just range and range. Okay. So you can format as table. But where are we going? So I just give us some background information about formatting, because they mentioned formatting, and we don't just want to go into formatting. I mean, to conditional formatting without understanding what we mean by formatting. So we have seen anything you do to change the appearance of text, the simple form is formatting. But when you now come to conditional formatting now means that thing that you change, that you apply to change the appearance of a cell or a text, you are doing it based on a condition. For instance, we can apply border, we can do. So when you are not doing it based on a condition, you are saying every value that contains, so I'm going to use that, where is that our worksheet? I'll go and copy that pivot table worksheet. I'll copy this and use it. So still talking about conditional formatting. Okay. Okay. Conditional formatting. So I said formats are what you do to text, change the appearance of the text. Now, conditional formatting is, let's say I want to indicate that everywhere it finds carrot, it should color it as green in this under the product. Anywhere it finds the word carrot should be colored as green. And maybe the color is cell color or the text color. So you go to Home tab. Under the Home tab, you move down to middle where you have styles. Then you see conditional formatting. So if you click conditional formatting, we can set our rules here too. So we have rules here. We have highlight cell rules when we're dealing with things that have to do with number, comparison values like greater than, less than, between, equals to, will work for us for numbers. But when we say we are looking for carrots, we can now say text that contain. So I chose conditional formatting. Then I went to highlight cell rule. Then I went to text that contain. Then I click. Then here I will change the color and say green fill. And then I'll click OK. So every occurrence of carrot has been highlighted as green with green text. Does anybody need clarity on that before I continue? Any question, or you can also try your own too. Give you a chance to try yours. Do the color stuff again, okay? Any other question too? So the conditional formatting that I applied was based on color. So what I did was to select my range. Then I selected conditional formatting under the Home tab. Then I picked highlight cell rules. Highlight cell rules. Then I pick text that contain. Text that contain. Then I typed carrots and indicated that you should color it with green. And then I click OK. So I set a condition. That was it. I set a condition, and the condition is what I'm now using. So now I want to set a condition for the amount, that every value that is let me go to conditional. I've made my selection. So let's go here, and then let's say greater than or between. So if I choose greater than, I can say every value that is greater than 8,000 should be colored as green. So you will see that all values that are greater than 8,000 has green color. Likewise, I can apply all values less than certain amount. All values less than 8,000. Should be in red. So I have greater than in green, less one, the ones that are less in red. It's a condition. It's a conditional formatting I'm applying. So I'm applying a conditional formatting. So I can go back to that. Sorry, clear my rules. I can go back and clear my rules from the selected cells. I can also manage rules. So managing rules for your worksheet gives you access to all the rules that you have created. So you can delete a particular one. Can delete a particular one that you don't want. Now, one interesting thing about this formatting is that, let me apply formatting to this, conditional formatting to this number again and say greater than 8,000 should be green. Okay, because I selected the header with it. Okay, so you shouldn't select header. Just Control-Shift down arrow from the first observation will do. Greater than 8,000. Green. So what I want to show us is the interesting thing about this is that you can also sort, we did sorting yesterday, that you can also apply sorting by color. Okay, sort. So you can apply sorting maybe to amount, Instead of cell value, you will choose cell color. And then you will now say all green should be at the top. That is sorting. I just went back to the sorting. So if I select this, it will sort and bring all the cells that are highlighted as green in terms of amount, has brought them to the top by sorting. So Excel also allows you to sort by color. And so such kind of color can be by through conditional formatting that you applied it. And then you can take it further. Because all these things is also useful, especially for those who are doing analysis and all those things. They are useful tools for you to be able to manipulate your data here and there and get the sufficient responses you desire from your data. Okay, so I can apply to country also. So I can say home tab, conditional formatting, text that contains United States should be yellow. And then, so it will pick it out. So why are you using conditional formatting? It's to be able to get, to pick out certain things from your data. You know, using formatting. So you are able to pick the information you want. You are able to highlight certain conditions. You have a task in your hand. There's a certain part of information that you want to extract, you want to show. And you are trying to say, okay, how do I select this individual, this is to show them so that I can see them, then I can work on them. So you apply conditional formatting and then it will pick them out. So there are a lot of ways you can use it, but that's the example I've given is just one of it. There are also things that you can do. You can format a cell. Let's say you want to say payment status. Let's say you want to say payment status. You want, if you type paid, if they are paid, it should show with green. If it's not paid, it should show with red. So you can format it. You can select the empty place. So what it means is that you can apply conditional formatting even before you type the text. So you go and then you say text that contains paid should come with green. Then you go back again, apply another rule. Text that contains not paid should show with red. You click OK. So when they come paid, enter. Not paid. Paid. Not paid. Paid. So you can even have additional. You can have additional rule. Partial. Partial. I hope I'm correct with this partial spelling. Spelling don't enter my head. Partial. So if it is partial, it shows yellow. If it is paid, if it is not paid, and if you want to go into real logic, you can say if amount cell, let me try this, equals to empty, you should put not, no, should I say empty? Let me say is less than 1. Equals to 0. I'll say not paid. And then the others will now be paid. Omission. Not paid. Paid. Okay. So I'll copy this formula down to every part. Zero. 0. 0. So you can use it as, you can even, so what am I doing? You can see that Excel is very wide. I mean, you can prepare your worksheet just for monitoring, compliance, and several things. Okay, so you can say, okay, I want to come to the worksheet. If a payment has been made, as soon as there's an entry, it should just change. So if the entry comes in, then it changes to paid. So I used the if function to create a condition that if, open bracket, cell D2 equals to 0, then it should put not paid. But if it is not, that's why I wrote paid. The second one means it is not. So that is logical test, value if true, value if false. Then you can apply others too, like top bottom rules. So let me clear all rules from the entire sheet. So I can say, okay, give me top 10, highlight top 10. So I can come here and say top bottom rule, top 10 items should be highlighted as green. Okay. So it will pick out the top 10 transactions. The top 10. So as much as you can do top 10, you can also do bottom 10, top 10%, bottom 10%, above average, and so on. Then you can apply what is called data bars. Let me clear the rules that I have. So you can apply what is called data bars. So that one is going to put something like a chart inside your cell, just to show the pattern of your data. So can easily see the higher values and the lower ones. So you can apply what is called data bars. Any questions so far? The class looks quiet.
Please, Mr. Abraham, I need to understand how you did the top 10.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Top 10. Beautiful. Okay. So now let me clear this. So I'll clear my rule. So for the top 10, I selected my range first, which is the amount, excluding the header. Then straight to conditional formatting under the Home tab. Then I selected top bottom rules. Then at the top of it is top 10 items. So I click that. So I have top 10.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
And you can change it to top 20. You can change
Yeah,
it.
anyhow, thanks.
Yeah. Any other question? Question?
No, Mr. Abraham, please, can we go through the payment status where you arrived at not paid? You know, when you were playing with that column to say some were paid and not paid, just a bit,
Yes.
a little clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. So I actually did a function. So this one is a good question too. A good question like Madam Fu. Now, I actually did a function, if function. And then I said, so I'm trying to test for payments. Like they have paid, they have not paid, they have paid, they have not paid. And sometimes when you apply a conditional formatting, it becomes very easy for you to see clearly what is going on in your worksheet. So what I did was I typed a function, and the function says, if cell D2 equals to 0, cell D2 is the amount column. If it equals to 0, then I put in quotes. That means it should print not paid. But if it is not 0, anything that is outside 0, then it should type paid. So, and I close the bracket. So you start it with if equals if, you open bracket, D is the first cell for the amount. Then I put an equal sign and put a 0. Then put a comma. Then said not paid. And then in the process paid. Then I pressed enter. Okay. So after doing that, so which means I have applied a formula that will control this. This one may also work for a particular worksheet that is, what do we call this type of worksheet now? Transactional worksheet. That is the one that you are maybe a table of orders that you keep inputting data. That you keep making inputs. And then, so if there's no payment yet, it's just an invoice that has been sent, not paid yet, blah, blah. You can, so that's what this thing is trying to do, to test this cell. If this cell contains 0, put not paid. If it doesn't contain 0, put paid. Then I now try to apply a conditional formatting that will take me a step further. In other words, we'll put a format. So anywhere it sees paid, I said it should, anywhere it sees paid, conditional formatting allows text contain. So I went to text contain. I chose conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, text that contain. So I now typed paid. So anywhere it sees paid, it should give it green color. And then I click OK. Then went back and applied another rule, text that contain. Anywhere it sees not paid, it should make it red. So now, it is not the conditional formatting that is typing paid. It is the if function that detected paid. But the conditional formatting is just there to do its work, that if for any reason the text changes to 0, it will automatically, the first thing that will happen is that the if function will respond to the condition that has been given. That if D4 is equal to 0, put not paid. At the moment it sees not paid, conditional formatting will take the job from there and say, aha, they told me that anywhere I see not paid, I should make it red. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir, you did. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Any other question? Okay. So, in the absence of questions. Okay. Let me see.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, I'm with you.
Thank you, sir. This logic that you applied, have we taken it as a subtopic today?
The if function.
Yes.
No, it's not even, I just picked it up to add to, sometimes when you are learning something, you can easily bring the usefulness of something in it. So if function is a logical function, so I just brought it in. It's not part of any topic, actually.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes. So, but I hope you understood the if. Should I repeat it for you?
Yeah, I understand it very well, sir.
Next.
Thank you.
All right, sir. You're welcome. Okay. Any other one? Any other question before I move on? Question. If there's anything we are struggling to understand so far, let me know so that we not just jump to another. So this if function is a very good function, and there are a lot of ways you can use it, and one of them is what I've done here. I will probably bring it up also when I'm doing VLOOKUP. I'll bring it up also when I'm doing VLOOKUP. I'll bring if function because if function is actually a kind of a general function. I call it general because it can work with all kind of function, depends on how you use it. Okay, depends on how you use it, how you apply it. But the work of a function is to bring a logical perspective to whatever you are doing. Just like when you said sum if, count if. So, but sum if is summing based on condition. Count if is counting based on condition. If command is saying what's anything that you say you want to do, specify the condition, then I'll put that in under condition for you. Okay, I have a question here. I've been trying to write the 0, but it's giving me an error message. Okay, so there's a mix-up. What I'm doing now is not data validation. What I'm doing now is conditional formatting. And I copied another worksheet entirely. So I'm answering Tamama questions. I copied another entire worksheet. So the one that you have applied validation to, it will not allow you to put 0 because you are the one that told it. It's working for you anyway. It's showing that you know what you have done something. So kudos. You are working. You are working. It shows that you are doing something. Okay. I used to have a friend. He's still a friend anyway, but it's just that I didn't have much contact with him some years back. He asked me to come and help train his family in Excel and all those stuff. And he's a bank executive, one of these very top ones. So, and he wanted don't just want to bring anybody to his house. So we started interacting, taught the children first, taught them a lot of things. And one of the things they learned was how to password a file. So the children now wanted to show that they got this knowledge very well, and they passworded all the file in the system, including their father's file. So daddy came, he wants to open his file. He said, what's happening? I can't open my file. He said, yes, we are the one, daddy. Give me money for ice cream. I will open it. My friend called me and said, hey, see what you have taught my children. No. I said, what is that? He said, the password in my file. I said, that's a good testimony. That shows that I did my work. Beg them. As soon as they open the file, then now let me tell you what you will do. Okay, so just on a lighter mood. Can you explain why the column G is all paid? What about not paid? Okay, Madam Chioma, it means that you stepped out for a while or you were distracted by somebody. So the paid here is a condition. We said if cell D2 equals to 0, that it should write not paid. But that's if it is not 0, if it is not 0, then it should write paid. So, but because there's no cell here that contains 0, that's why all is showing paid. So if I change any of them to 0, then we are going to have 1 not paid.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Any other question on conditional formatting? Okay. All right. So we are good. So let's continue. So we still have some other formatting rules. So I want to copy this amount column. To copy this amount column and put it somewhere here. And then I'm not interested in the formatting. So I'll just say, make it general. Then I will call this one icon or indicator. Okay, so I will have to change what is the value that is here. Please, can somebody help me with this number 3? Banana, is it 610 or something?
617.
617. Thank you. Okay, so 617. Now I can format this into icons and to create something like indicators. So I'll go to conditional formatting, then I will choose icon sets. I'll choose icon sets. So I will pick, so let me pick the first one. So I'll say any value that is high will be green. Then I can still go to manage my rule. For the icon cell, I would edit the rule. So in editing the rule, I want to say show icon only. And then click OK. And then apply. And then OK. So I have indicators here that is showing that. So I can even put this beside this one if I can. I can put it beside it just to make it to make sense. So I have a question here. I tried this and got some paid and not paid where I have 0 value. Yes, you are doing well. That's what you're actually supposed to get based on the condition, the if function you did. So you are okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, so these are indicators show this. So if I like, I can bring this. Just move it to this place. So I can have something like this that shows average value, higher value, lower values. They are indicators. So all lower value. And this thing uses its own internal arithmetic calculation, or what do I call it now? So, but if you want to know, because someone may ask, or let me ask for you, if you didn't ask, how did you know that 4,000 should be what, on whose rule? Who gave it the rule that it used? So this is how it is. If you come to the conditional formatting, manage rules. If you come to the conditional formatting, manage rules, and then you go to this icon set and you select edit rules. Now you will see that this is where it did its own simple mathematics, where it says green is when value, green is when value is greater or equals to 67%. So it's working with percentage actually. So any value that, so you can now change the percentage and say, no, the percentage should be 75%. That is comparing all the data, anything that is between 75% to 100%. So 100% is the highest value. That's what it means. Unless you now want to set another rule otherwise. But as far as this thing is concerned, this particular sales does not have a maximum. Does not say that, no, what we must sell in carrots must be so. So once it goes to beyond that amount, we will not collect money. No, it shouldn't be like that. So that's why we set it 75. And then we can now say, okay, anything that is 45% should be on the average. But anything that is below that should be red. So you can set your own rule and then click OK. And then apply. And then OK. So this is what now sets the rule for what we have here. Okay, I think if I have to work with the request that was made yesterday, that we should give 10 minutes before 1 for, or has that changed before the launch so that they can, the time between the.
No, 15 minutes to, I think 15 minutes or 15 minutes past 1. That's 10 minutes to 2.
Oh, no. What I mean is before you go, your break is from 1.
Yes, the break is 1. So they are meant to depart 10 minutes to 2. 10 minutes to 1, sorry.
That is what it's
10
saying
minutes to
now.
1. Sorry about that. 10 minutes to 1.
It's almost time.
That's what he's saying. It's time now.
That's what he's saying. It's time already.
I will still have 3 minutes to clear up something.
You have put you have put Mama on seat for a long time, and okay, so
Yeah, we didn't take a break by 11 today. I think it's fine. We can go on break now.
okay.
And then we'll be back by 2, like we did yesterday.
All right.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Well done, sir.
Thank you so much. All right. See you 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're back from lunch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Hope we enjoyed our lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you, welcome back. We are back from lunch. You can just drop a message in chat box saying that I'm back. Yes, thank you. Ezekwe, Ijoma is back. Thank you. All right. Banigo is back. Uche, Chioma is back. Okay. All right. Welcome back. Thank you. Mr. Abraham, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Yes, yes, yes. We're back, we're back. Okay, so let's round up the conditional formatting and then move to another topic. So before we went on break, we saw that we can apply conditional formatting to values greater than certain amounts, values less than, values that fall between a range of values, values that we find equals to a certain amount, text that contain, and then dates occurring, duplicates. So you can also use conditional formatting to bring out duplicate values. So this does not remove duplicate. What it does is, if you can find a value that occurred more than, it will highlight them. So if you apply it on, for instance, what we have here, we are going to have almost everything highlighted. For instance, if we apply it on products, we have each of these things appearing more than once. So, but we're talking about a situation where we have maybe a particular value appearing twice, or a particular text appearing twice or more than once. It will highlight it as duplicate, meaning that that particular text has its occurrence more than once. Okay. Then we have top bottom rules. So I'm going to look at dates also, but let me just run through what I've done before. So top, bottoms, and data bars. Then color scales is just like data bars, but the difference is, instead of coloring, using something that looks like a chart, it will color all the values. But where you have a lower value, just the same indication like what you have with the arrow, the indicator. But this time it will color the cells. It is the cells that will be colored. Then we have applied icons, so you have different type of icons. Okay, so we've seen clearing rules and managing rules. Now you can apply conditional formatting to dates also. Just like this, what I did here, where you have paid, not paid. Can have the same idea here with dates, where you want to indicate that a particular date is past due or something like that. So why not? You can set up a condition or a rule that will say that if a particular date, but all these dates here are past. So, but if you are dealing with maybe a current data, a transactional file, for instance, where you want to indicate that particular payment should have come a particular date. If the date is due, maybe you should color it as red or something. So you can always apply conditional formatting to dates occurring. So if you use date occurring, you can say yesterday, today, tomorrow, in the last 7 days, last week, this week, next week, last month, next month. So you can have that. Or you can set up some if conditions that can include just your date and say, okay, if so is equals to so, those type of things. Or you can set, you know, where we have some worksheet that have, maybe order table of order, or which type of this thing now, where you have this kind of situation where they will say, I'm trying to get the right word for it. This accounting stuff. Just skip my mind now. So due dates, payment date, due dates, and some other things that you put in between that you will say this date minus that date. So if the date comes to 0, you can give it the kind of, so just following the same pattern that I did with the if function. So you can apply conditional formatting to dates also. And you can always manage your rules. Always see the rules that you have done, edit them, manage here and there. So where you are paid, you can edit the rule, and this one says specific text containing paid. Can change the formatting, what should be, which type of color. You want to change it from the normal color to any type of color that you want to indicate. You want to change the font size, the font type, you want to make it bold. So you can always edit the formatting. So in case you don't want the color that they are giving you, okay? So I applied bold, and this is now showing all bold. Okay. So do we have anybody that has question on conditional formatting before I move to another topic? Anybody? The indicator, okay? What about it? Okay, so what we did on the indicator was that I made a duplicate of these numbers. Okay. I highlighted, copied the numbers, then paste it in another column, remove the formatting, that is, remove the Naira sign, just to make it ordinary numbers. Then we selected everything. So the first thing to do is to duplicate these numbers, bring them to another column, and then I remove the Naira formatting. Then went to conditional formatting, and then icon sets. And then I applied the icon, the first icon set, applied to it. So after applying it, I returned back because it was still showing number beside it. So I returned and I went to manage rules. Then I selected the icon set, and then I decided to edit it. And in the process, I said, show icon only. Then I clicked OK, and that is why I have it like this. So the first thing I did was to copy the number, then applied icons, then go to manage rules, then decide to show icon only. Okay, so now let's go to something else. So what we have next is VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP is an Excel function, is a lookup and reference function, a lookup and reference function in Excel. VLOOKUP. So V there means vertical lookup. So vertical lookup in which sense? It means that you use it to look up and reference a vertical data, the vertical data set. We have HLOOKUP, but HLOOKUP is it's not very common. And the reason is because horizontal. Because our data is, most of our data is no longer arranged in vertical form. So let me, it's no longer arranged in horizontal form. So let me show you an example of horizontal table. So So this is an horizontal table. The situation where you have the header on this side, and then you have the details going that way. And sometimes when you have this type of situation, you want to transpose. You want to transpose. So you can see that you will prefer to have it this way and to have it this way. So but if you're trying to look up for a data in this type of table, you are using VLOOKUP. If you are looking for data, if you are trying to do lookup with this one, you are using HLOOKUP. But this one, you are using VLOOKUP. So this is an horizontal table. This one is, this is vertical table, sorry, pardon. And this is horizontal. So if you say equals HLOOKUP, okay, let me start with just putting my lookup value. So I'm trying to look for egg. So I'll say HLOOKUP. My lookup value is egg. My table array is this table because that is what HLOOKUP is looking for. The lookup value, the table array, then the row index number. The row index number. So my row index number is from which row am I trying to extract based on egg? So it will be, from my selection, it will be row 2. Then which type of lookup am I doing? An approximate lookup or an exact match. So I will indicate that. So I have two values, 0 or 1. 0 is for exact match. So if I put this, then it will return, it will look up for, within the table, it will look out for the amount. So because I have the item, but how much does it cost? So I'm trying to use the HLOOKUP to look into that table. So the difference here is that the what do you call it? The index number instead of column is row for HLOOKUP is looking at the row, while the VLOOKUP is looking at the column. So index number 2, because my selection is from C6 to E8. So I have 3 rows. And what I'm trying to extract, because lookup is trying to look up into a table and extract an information based on the lookup value. So in other words, what am I trying to use to look into the table? My lookup value is egg. So I want to know how much is egg from the table. Okay? So my range lookup has 2 parameters, exact match or approximate match. So exact is 0. Approximate, you put 1. Approximate means any value that is closer, but this egg is an exact match. There's nothing, egg is not a number that you can say anything that falls within a range of between egg and eggs. No. So egg is egg. So that's an exact match. But let's say I'm playing with a range of number, then I can say look up for something that's fall close to this number, then I can apply 1 here as approximate match. So so I press enter, I get 452. That's for H lookup. But if I'm trying to apply a V lookup, and I say, okay, what I'm looking for is egg also, my lookup value is egg. So if I put equals V lookup, the same pattern, lookup value, egg, table array will still be the selection of my table. But now, instead of column, instead of row that we found under each lookup, this will be talking about column index number. So it's saying which column am I extracting information from. So I have 3 columns: products, amount, quantity. So my column is column 2. That's where I want to, but if it is quantity that I want to extract, then I will say 3. Okay? If it is value from quantity that I want to extract, then I will say column 3. And if it is from amount, I'll put 2. And if it's an exact match, I'll put 0. And then I get the same value. So this, what I used to change this was transpose function. I just said equals transpose. So I transposed
Please,
this.
Mr. Abraham, I'm sorry. Can you go back, please?
So
From H lookup to V lookup.
Okay. So I typed equals H lookup. Lookup value is egg, comma. Then I selected my range. Then I put comma. Then my row index, because I said H lookup is horizontal data. So I'll be looking at the data from horizontal side. So I'm picking from amount, and amount is in row 2. So I put 2. And 0 is my exact match. I press enter. Then for my VLOOKUP, type equals VLOOKUP.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Why do we use in HLOOKUP or VLOOKUP? Why do you use 11?
Why did I use
11 without using the number in the circle? 11 is the row that is trying to interpolate the figure.
Why did I use 11? You mean
11.
A11?
11.
This A11?
Yes.
For the H lookup, it is the lookup value. That's what I'm looking out for.
You're looking out for egg. That's on that.
Yes, I'm looking out for.
Have the main table is having D, posting egg. Why did you do that for it?
Yes, so because I have typed here, I typed egg here as my lookup value.
Okay.
If I didn't type it here, then I can reference it here. Do you understand now?
How do you reference it there?
Yes, why not? You can just say D6. So if
D7.
So egg, the word egg is in D6.
D6, okay.
So I'm using it as my lookup value. So, but to make the work neater, so instead of saying going to D6 here, because if I don't type egg here, I will not know what I'm looking out for.
Okay.
So if 452 is just appearing here and is standing on its own without a label, you will not be able to explain why this 4. You imagine you share your worksheet to somebody, and then the person say, "What is this 452 standing here doing?" You say, "Well, I looked up for egg." Then you should have labeled it. So that is why this egg is standing in the front, to say how much is the sales. The task says find how much is the sales of egg. So since egg is my focus, I typed egg here. And then now use VLOOKUP. So since egg is my lookup value, I reference it. That's why it is A11.
Okay.
So what it means is that I can come to this place and change it to ball. And the value will change. It will automatically look out for ball. Then I can also come here and change it to tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
And then the value will change.
Okay, sir.
All right. So your lookup value should always be indicated, so that when you are typing your HLOOKUP, the first thing you want to reference is your lookup value. What am I looking out for? And from which range, from which table array? And that is your selection. Your selection must exclude the header. You will exclude the header in your selection. So when you are making a selection, you will exclude the header. That's why I started from C6, because of course this is the row header. This is the header, product, amount, quantity. Going down like this, this has the product. Down like this, that's the amount. Down like this, that's the quantity. So then I said, under which row am I extracting? So this is the one that gives the instruction of where are you extracting from. So if I'm extracting from quantity, I will type 3 here. And what I will get is quantity. So how much egg do I have? 10. But if I'm extracting from amount, I will type 2 because it is in row 2. So same goes for this. So same goes for this. So now, after you have done that too, and then this 0 here, we have 2 parameters, exact match or approximate match. So if you want to extract exact match, you put 0. And of course, because egg is a unique name, so what you are getting is an exact match of egg. So you put 0. But when you are dealing with anything that is like approximate match of a value, that is when you use 1. So most time what you will see here is 0, because of your lookup is exact, it's not approximate. Approximate deals with values. Let's say you are looking for a range of value, and you are saying, okay, give me something that is close to this. So if you use approximate match within this, it will give you a value that is close to it. That is approximate. So the 0 at the end here is for exact match. That's what it means, exact match. So it's a range lookup, and it means exact match. So also here, I had to label to tell exactly what I'm looking for is egg. And of course, if I change it to tomatoes, then it is tomatoes that it will give me. It is the value of tomatoes that it will give me. That's what it will give me. So the VLOOKUP is, lookup value is G11. The range is from G7 to I9. The column that I'm extracting from is from amount, and that's why it is 2. So I have 3 columns. The first index number is product, that is 1. Then the second index number is amount, that is 2. Then the third index number is quantity, that is 3. So if I am extracting from amount, I will put 2 as my index number. And then the last 0 there means exact match. So you always have 0 there for exact match. So it's not 3, it's not 2, it's either 0 or 1, but 0 will always be for exact match. That's the last figure there. Okay? So just trying to highlight the difference between the VLOOKUP and the HLOOKUP. So horizontal data set, vertical data set.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
If we have more than 5 or 10 items, maybe we are working on a sheet, a full table, a full page, and want to apply VLOOKUP, like a list of a class, like as we are now in a class, I want to use the number of students in the class to do VLOOKUP.
Yes, sir.
How are we going to, because these are just 3 figures, three items.
So what we have done here is just first to understand
the concepts.
Just to understand the concept. I have shared a file with you that we're also going to use to do some other exercise. But it's just for us to understand the concept first. So that if I'm sure we understand the concept, then we take it to the next level. Okay, so I shared an Excel file with us. You can open that file. I'm sure you got it. It was sent to you. It was sent to you. So the file is VLOOKUP practice examples. So we want to use the lookup to look at this sheet and then also work on this and then also work with this using the VLOOKUP. Okay. So let me know if you have been able to open that file. Okay. Okay. So I have 3 people who have been able to access that file. Let me. Okay. Wow, I'm seeing this. So I'm seeing Mr. Gbenga Akins for the first time making comment. That's nice. All right. So I think I have a good amount of how many people now? All right. Okay. Where's my Access, share the screen. Okay, so let's work on the files now. On this one, we have 3 examples here. And we're going to start with the first one. To apply the VLOOKUP, to look up into this. So we have the raw data extracts, employee ID, last name, first name. And then we have these pay reports on this side. And we want to, we don't have their names. And these employees' IDs are not arranged in the same order here. So let's say they are in the same order. I will have just simply done this, copy and paste these names here. But that will not follow with the employee ID. And we need to know whether whether there are some that are not even here. Whether the employee ID that we have, whether there are some from the raw data that are not included in the pay report. So the first thing we'll do is write equals VLOOKUP equals sign VLOOKUP. So our lookup value. So we need to start first by understanding what is the thing that constitutes lookup value. That is, the lookup value is the value that you want to search for. The value you want to search for. Usually, a lookup value is a unique identifier. It's unique. That is, it's not something that the lookup value should not be something that 2 people have. For instance, employee ID is unique to each employee. In an organization, you can have 2 people that have the same name. So if you use their first name as their lookup value, what if you have 3 or 4 people that have the same name? Okay? And then if you now say, okay, let's use their last name, then you will have 3 or 4 people, even 10 that have the same last name. And if you say, okay, let us use the combination of their last name and their first name, you also have people who have the same first name and the same last name. Okay? So, and in some organizations, we have them like that. We have, in fact, I interact with several. So, and I've seen where we have the same name and we have to know which one is this one and which one that. But that's why we give a unique identifier to each person. So now say, okay, employee ID this, a person with employee ID, so. So it's not about the name, but the unique identifier that is assigned to each person. So when you are doing VLOOKUP, your lookup value should be a unique value that identifies each person. Otherwise, you'll be getting an NA error. You'll be getting NA error. And that's why some people get NA error in their VLOOKUP, because their lookup value is conflicting. So employee ID is the lookup value. Then I put that is F4. So that's the lookup value. Then the next thing it says table array. So my table array is from where is this? Okay, from this down to the last. That's my table array. Why not? You can also select the header. It doesn't give much problem. if you select the header, you can select it. You can go from top to bottom. There's no big deal, especially when you are dealing with things that are not numbers or something. Okay, so you can go from top. That's A3 to A16. It will still work. Then, from which column am I extracting? So I have 3 columns: employee ID, last name, first name. I am extracting from first name. So what will my column index number be? Can somebody just tell me? So just to be sure that we are on the same page.
Please, can you come back with the question?
Okay, so I'm extracting from. Now, so this is what I'm doing. Equals VLOOKUP. I've identified my lookup value. I have identified my table array. Then I now want to specify my column index number. So, and I have 3 columns here. I'm extracting from first name. So I said, what will my column index number be here?
3.0.
Okay, it will be 3. So you don't need to put because column is just absolute value. Okay, so it will be 3. Okay, it will be 3. Okay, good one. That's good. So my column index number is 3 because I'm extracting from column 3, not C4. Not C4. I'm not extracting from C4. I'm working on, so that's what I want us to understand. I'm working on 3 columns. And I have selected all the 3 columns. And wherever I'm extracting from is my column index number. So the column number in the table from which I want to return the value is the first name is what I want to return. So it's not John that I'm returning because John may not be employee ID 990678. If you look at the table on the left, employee ID 110608 is John. So what if it is John? I will have just simply copied this and paste it and then forget about the wahala and go away. But this is not organized in the same way. This is the original table and this is the pay report. So I'm not trying to extract from here to here. And because they are not in any particular order, I need the VLOOKUP to help me to look for the name with this employee ID. So I have to make it an exact match by putting 0 after the 3 and press enter. So it tells me that the name is Bread. So what it means is that if I look at employee ID 9906, this is Bread here, his first name. And that's what it brought out here. So if I copy this formula downward, then I apply to others. But like I said in the previous class, you cannot do that until after you have indicated that this is an absolute reference, that this particular A3 to 616 does not move. In other words, the table is constant. The table, everything within this place will refer to that same table. So I have to make it $A, $3, $C, and then $16. So which means I have logged all the range. Then I can now apply and get the correct answer. If I applied without applying absolute reference, there will be a problem here. So it may show me some error messages because because of relative. If I treat it as relative and it keeps going down, it will meet somebody and then it will say the person is not around. So this is now for the first name. I've been able to identify. Now, if I want to make this thing to apply to to apply to the last name. I don't need to repeat this this function for last name. I mean, I don't have to start typing it all over. All I need to do is to make this F to be absolute. That is mixed reference now. To make this to be absolute reference. That is a mixed reference. That is F, $F, which means I'm locking it to F. And why did I do that? So that if I drag it this way, I will be working on F. But the reason why I'm getting break here is because of this column index number. So I will just change this. I will just change it to 2. I'll just change it to 2 and then copy the formula down. So like that, I can easily do my lookup. So I've been able to look into this table and extract based on this. So one of the things that VLOOKUP will do for you is, imagine if you have to be extracting these people's names one by one. Then you look for their employee ID. And what if this data contains 2,000 staff? And then they are now telling you to work on their pay reports. The employee ID were not given. They were not given in any particular order. They were given possibly based on who came first, who was paid first, who was paid next, who was paid after. And they wanted to have that order. So as the person provided the employee ID, they paid. But later on, they wanted to show, okay, this is the name. And then they went to the master sheet and said, okay, this is the HR record. The HR provided this record. The accounts is trying to work on it. So what HR gave is the employee ID, and this account has employee ID and their pay, and account wants to add their names and last name. So they will not have to be picking them one by one. Okay.
Can you explain the last name? How you got the Pete?
So the
last name.
So the last name is I just duplicated. Okay, so what I did was that I worked on this particular formula. I put a $sign after F. So this remains, this remains. So I drag this to this place.
Okay, by dragging.
Then, yes, then now change this to 2. Okay. Okay, so the second example, I would have loved to have you work on it and then share with me so that I can get your responses, just to be sure we are following. So let me give us 2 minutes or 3, just to quickly do this. Just the same thing that I did. So, but we are working on two sheets, two raw data. The first data has employee ID last name. The second data has employee ID, city, and state. So this one says, bring out the last name, that is from this sheet, and bring out the city from the second raw data. Yeah, let's have 3 minutes quickly. Work on it. Class work. Class work. So that's by 2:55, I will stop. I will stop you. No, 2:56. 2:56, I'll stop you. So if you notice that I'm quiet for a while, I'm giving you a class work. So I'm saying work on this example 2. Bring last name here, VLOOKUP. Bring CD here, VLOOKUP.
Mr. Abraham, it seems you are muted.
The file has been shared, Mr. Liu. The file has been shared with you. Maybe you ask from the office. So who has finished? Done? So if you are done, just write done. Or if you are still working on it, give me wait. Let's say I'm doing an on-site class with you. You do a lot of class work in my classroom. Okay, so I have a please wait 2 more minutes.
So that my wife will use it to sign for me. How much does this check today? $1,000 words. That tall boy, one tall guy like that.
Yeah.
When they beard. Small.
Oh, good. So I have somebody done. Wow. Bravo. Bravo. Done. Wow. So, any other person? If I start doing it and you now write done, it's copy. You are not the one that did it. That means so it's only Lucky that did it. That's what I would think. So Justina has escaped. She's not among the copy. Aha. So every other person is my own you copied. Even if you say done, yeah, it's my own. Once I do it, do mine. I will not accept that you did it yourself. Ah, okay. With some NA. All right, so let me do. Okay, Mr. Banigo is doing. This one are in process. In process, work in progress. Okay. So let me. So equals VLOOKUP. We have employee ID as a lookup value. Then we put a comma. Our table array is from here to here. Then we put a comma. Our column index number is 2 because it's last name we are extracting. The range lookup is 0 because it's exact match. And then we want to make this absolute. Now, this particular one, the F does not need a mixed reference because we are not dragging from left to right. Reason, city is in another table entirely. The city is in another table entirely. So there's no NA, there's no cost for NA. So maybe, okay, so I will take that Prince and Olumide did their own. It's not mine. They didn't do from mine. And because I saw they are done, but before I finished. Okay. So F4 is our lookup value. Our range or table array is the entire range. Okay. The column index number is which column are you extracting from? And then the range lookup is exact. So for the city, this table below is where we're extracting from. And you can see that the arrangements are just for you to appreciate the work of what do you call it? The VLOOKUP. They are not, the employee ID are not in the same order, so that VLOOKUP can go into the worksheet and find it. And if the employee ID is not there, that's when you will see NA. You see NA if the employee ID is not there. So equals VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is employee ID. The table array is below. And we are extracting city, which is column index 2. It is exact match, so we'll put 0. And don't forget, we have to make our range absolute, because we are referring to the same range of data. Even as we drag down, we are still referring to the same range. So don't forget, that's why we keep using absolute reference. So the city is given based on the names was extracted from here, and the city was extracted from the second table. The third example. Okay, so if you have any question or anything on the second example, let me know before I move to the third example. Any challenge?
But can you please open the pits?
The what?
The pits, the last name.
Okay, the formula, to show you the formula. Equals VLOOKUP F4, comma, A3 to C16, comma, 2, comma, 0. Oh, okay. Okay, the absolute reference. Exactly. So that was what I said. So that's good. Tamama, that's good. A very good one you have brought out for us to know that if we omit absolute reference, we'll get NA, because when we drag down, it will miss out some values, and then it will look as if what we are looking for is not there, because it will look at it as a relative reference, and relative means side by side. As we are going, it's going side by side, it's going on the same direction.
But can you put the cost on city?
On city, okay.
Yeah. That's Luskin. Okay.
At this SWA, you are showing your screenshot, why the NA. So if you take the cue from what we just said, possibly you didn't put absolute reference. Okay. So I think we can move to the next one, which is the example 3. So this example 3 looks a little bit different. We want to identify which band our pay band. Oh. Okay. We want to identify our pay band from here. We want to use the lookup value to identify which band our people belong to. So we already have a table that defines their pay band, that any person with a minimum of this amount is level A. Minimum of this is level B. Minimum of this is level C, and so on. So we want to be able to identify which band these people, and you will see that their pay is not specified because this is just a range. This is a range of pay from 25 to 150. So our lookup value is based on the what do you call it? The employee's ID, and then so that I have power outage, so I have to David. Who is there? Put on the changeover to. Sorry, please give me 2 minutes. Let me change the power source. 2 minutes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay, so I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. Now, so where were we? Example. Example 3. So we want to look at the payment bank that these people belong. Now, we are looking at them from here, and then we said 25,000 belong to A. That is anything from 25,000 up to anything getting to 49, blah, 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 is A. Then from 50 to 74, blah, 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 is B. From 75 to 99 and so on is C. And from 100 to 100 and, from 100 to 149, blah, 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 is D. And then, of course, anything 150 will be on band E. So we want to identify which band these people belong to based on, let me be sure that I'm not on my own. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are
Yes,
hearing you.
yes, we can.
Okay, okay. So I'll do equal sign, V lookup. So my lookup value is this. No, sorry, my lookup value will be the pay this time, not the employment ID, but the pay, because I'm not using the employment ID to do, I'm not looking based on employment ID. I'm actually looking based on the numbers, because there is nothing like employment ID on the second table. So my lookup value will be this. That is under pay. So this is where I'll be using, what do you call it? Approximate match. So I will have to indicate that this is an approximate match, and I'm extracting from column 2, from the small table on the left side. And then, so instead of typing 0 here, I will type 1 here. So we'll be using 0 since, but this time we are dealing with number. And there is no exact match of this number. There's no exact, because if we say exact, then it must be 84,289 before this thing will work. But we are saying this is just a range that they belong to. So not necessarily that it's a specific value. So anything between 25 to before 50 is A. So that is why we're using approximate match. And then don't forget that you have to make your range absolute, because you are referring to the same range. Even as you copy the formula down, you are still referring to the same range. So that is level C. And then level D. So 137 falls on level D because it's not up to 1. It's not up to 150. Yes. So 190 is above 150. So that's why it's showing level E. And then you can see all of them like that. So this particular one is working with the figure. So our lookup value is the number. But because there is no exact number here, so you cannot say exact match. You can't say 0. You have to say 1 at the end there. You have to say 1. So that's the example of approximate match. So I want to see if you are done with yours. So any question? Okay, good. Kate is done. Wow, done. Good. Beautiful. Beautiful. I have very good students in this class. Very, very good. Very smart and very fast. I mean, imagine we're doing something virtually and you are still catching up like this. Wow, this is good. This is good. Very good, Tamara. Thank you. Thank you for following. Madam Uche, thank you. All right. Franklin, thank you. Mr. Franklin F. Young, thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Fojili. Thank you. Okay, so any question from maybe if you are still trying to do it or something, just question as we round up for today. We have tried today. On everybody, I mean, you should just give yourself a clap. You have really, really, really tried.
Excuse, sir.
Yes, sir.
In these tables,
yes,
myself, I would have preferred if you add a question so that on our own we can remember what we are looking for.
Question.
Just like a brief question that maybe in the exam, 1 or 2 statements ask us to look for this from line this.
I get you. Very good. So what I'll do is that the one that I'll be sharing, since when I'll be sharing mine, I'll put questions there, then it will be sent to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so any other comment or question or request? Okay, so in absence of question or request, I think I've come to the end of the 2 class. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for the time we spent together today also. I hope one day we'll see each other face to face. Wonderful people, great people. So I will be handing over to Madam Uluayemisi. Okay, so are you there? Madam Uluayemisi, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. What did you say, sir?
Okay, so I'm done for today.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. All right, thank you so much. Please, a virtual clap for him. I'm sure we've learned a lot today again. Virtual clap. I hope that... Okay. Do we have some reactions, some claps? Thumbs up. Well done, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. It's been a wonderful one. VLOOKUP has been dealt with extensively today. All right, so okay, done. Some people are still responding. Okay, I'm seeing some claps. All right, thank you. Okay, so we continue again tomorrow by 9 a.m., which will be the final class. So please ensure that you are punctual so that we can get the best out of tomorrow's class. We'll be wrapping it up. So if you have any questions based on what you've learned from yesterday, today, you can always bring it up tomorrow morning before we go into the class proper for tomorrow. Thank you all and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
too.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. God bless you all. Mr. Abraham, you're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.